Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So I greet you this Tuesday. Actually, it's Wednesday morning. And, you know, it's almost 20 minutes after. So you, Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down. A wiggle when you walk and a wiggle when you talk makes the world go round, but so does a 20. Um, hey, Davina, how are you? And wings of might. And greeting to you as well. I honestly hope that everybody's doing as well as possible out there in the hinterland. You know, I'm down here in South Georgia on the edge of the dry swamp. I went down in the woods today and it's really dried up, a lot dried up. Hey, Susie Q, how are you? Oh, Susie Q, why don't you be true? Oh, Susie Q. It's almost 20, or it is? Close enough. Smoke if you got 'em. And if not, I'll blow some your way. Puff, puff, pass, pass. So, this particular topic of discussion, I don't even know if it's discussion, but um, you're welcome, Davina. Um, I must be dumber than I look because, there are people who try to sell you snake oil back in the days. You watch an old Western, they, they, the wagon pulls into town and the stage sets up and there's some guys going to sell you this. We're all going to cure everything, and snake oil salesman. And so, the internet's got a lot of snake oil salesmen, and it isn't just about a product, but it is about whatever their idea is in, like CNN, whatever they want to peddle, whatever their topic for discussion is, whatever the Democrats want to peddle and what they want to push upon us. And so, there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people they must be assuming that I'm dumber than I look. I mean, because they're like, well, they think I ain't paying attention. They think you ain't paying attention, or that we aren't paying attention. Hang on a second, it just was bothering me. See my hair? Ow! Yeah, it was all tangled up coming from the woods today, and had to brush it out. Had to look nice for for y'all. I don't have to look nice anymore for anybody. Duggar doesn't really care. But anyway, but so this, dumber than I look kind of thing is that keep trying to tell us the same things over. Now, the definition of the, is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting the same results. Well, in this, I must be dumber than I look. It's all of us because the take for example the Supreme Court thing, and they the abortion whatever coming up or whatever. Okay, but so there are all these people that have gotten so hyped up. Their days have been you know disrupted. Their mindsets have been disrupted. Their core values and beliefs have been called into question. people and neighbors and family now are arguing with one another. And I must be dumber than I look, because didn't y'all like set this up to create dissension between us? Didn't y'all bring this up? Oh, and it was leaked early, which is really not good. Okay. On so many levels, that just is not right that it got leaked. But the fact that they're discussing it, oh my God, and the world goes crazy, which they have, right? So, what are they trying to peddle with us? Dissension, chaos. That's what they're peddling behind the scenes. But in front of it is like, oh, we're all for the women and we're all for this. Hey, Miss Tracy, how you doing? So, but with this understanding, though, so there's snake oil being sold to us on bunches of levels. And so we need to use our own discernment. We need to use our own wits about us. We need to sit quietly and close our eyes and ask our spirit guides, our guardian angels, hey, does this sound right to you? Hey, y'all, does this make sense? And if your heart's and mind is in anywhere near the right place, and you're earnest and honorable when asking the question to the universe, a lot of times something will come across to you shortly, within a day or so, or maybe immediately. When, no, this is stupid. Don't pay attention to this. Okay. No matter what it is, it just could be local, personal, or, around the world stuff. And for example, the peddling, hey Barry, snake oil, absolutely. So did I say hey Susie? Yeah, I think. So, but here's the thing, for example, we really are, this is a truth, okay? We really are getting bombarded from the sun and from galactic stuff. A couple of days ago, I was just really fishy headed kind of thing. Let's see, this is Tuesday. It would have been like Friday and Saturday. Okay. Just recently, we just came out of it. There was like a 36-hour um, period that showed up on the Schumann resonance, and it was a whiteout. It was all the way off the charts, white out. So a lot of us talking with friends and neighbors, and we felt something going on. And I was trying to do a live stream about it, let everybody look at the Schumann and so forth. But anyway, uh, other things came up. But to my point, though, if you go looking for it now, it's already gone off the chart. So it's in their archives now. But it was absolutely bonkers off the chart. So Mother Earth is really responding to something going on. And for not just a couple of seconds or a minute or an hour or whatever, for 24 to 36 hours strong. So we are getting, these are truths that we can't see. So, but here's the snake oil. They're not really mentioning how much it's really affecting us, how much it affects our auras and our energies, and those of us who are feeble minded. And but because it's so electrical and compresses the atmosphere, and of course, it's bothering us. So the snake oil is that nothing to see here. Everything's just hunky dory. It's all in your mind. If your brain is feeling a little whacked out or whatever, go see your mental health therapist so you can take a stronger pill, because you think you're seeing things and your brain's going wacky and you don't know why, because they ain't telling you. So that's snake oil. They're they're selling a nothing. Nothing's wrong. Nothing to see here. So then that's the sales pitch. You don't hear them talking about this stuff, even in some of the scientific circles and things. They don't talk about it because some of these scientists and so forth will get ostracized and plastercized and, you know, analyzed and, all kinds of stuff. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, well, they're stoned, and then there's just been some really whacked out stuff going on. Now, I guess I could kind of sort of be a part of this video in that I'm must be dumber than I look thing. And I wonder sometimes, now I know my spirit guys ain't doing it, but it's almost like there's this cosmic level. Now, speaking cosmic, some of the aliens and folks, they're talking about, oh, they were gonna, by the end of January, by the end of February, in March, and during in April. Now, this is May, the 11th officially, so it's 5/11, and for whatever those numbers mean, but that ain't nothing happened yet. Okay. And over the last how many years of the Galactics and all these folks ain't seen nothing yet. Well, baby, well, I ain't seen nothing yet. Bow, bow, baby. Anyway, so so are these folks been selling us a bill of goods? Because now I can hardly even listen to them. Well, and the Galactic Federation and this person and the Palladians are doing this. Where? Where's the evidence? Where's the stuff? I'm sorry, but I'm kind of sort of like Barry in that I'm from Missouri. I'm the show me state. Show me just a little bit, and I will have belief. But if all you're going to do is talk rhetoric and nothing is seen, and you keep talking and still there's nothing seen, and you talk some more and there still ain't nothing seen, so that's been a bill of sale or a bill of goods, whatever, right? ET's going to land on the lawn. All these people are going to be sent to Guantanamo. I mean, for God's sakes, what is Hillary doing back in the news again? I have mentioned this and they're promoting her more. Why? Something's up in the big, I'm just saying. But anyway, they're going to take Biden out and put her in because nobody likes Kamala. So, oh my God. But so, and now that there is this division with pro lifers, non lifers, yes or no, or who cares, right? And I don't mean that rudely, but I mean, if it's whatever the law is, wherever you live, if it is, it is. If it ain't, it ain't. If you're going to do it and that you got your mindset on it, then ain't no law gonna fix that. You'll figure out a way to get the abortion. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I've known people who've had them back in the day when it wasn't legal and this and back alleys and stuff, and it ain't pretty. So if a woman decides that she don't want to have no GD baby and that's what she wants, one way or the other, she's gonna get rid of it. She may take a drug, which there are a lot of things in the olden days that you could take, like an after thing and abort the baby. Without having to reach up there and grab nothing. You just take this, or maybe do some type of um, internal, like an enema bag or something, where you put a liquid up inside, and that takes care of the situation. They're back in the days of the coat hangers in the back rooms. I mean, so this idea that, but they're pitting Americans against other folk. Okay, they're just, it's all about this or it's all about that. Now, personally, I think it has absolutely gotten out of control. Well, we got to add in for this and we got to add for that. And, in some places, if the baby's born and you don't like its looks, you can kill it. Now, I had a discussion about that on a previous video, and I'm going to state this. Having worked with a lot of mongoloid children and sure enough, physically disabled children who never could ever walk, talk, speak, handle food by themselves, say a sentence. I mean, you got to ask the question, is it humane to make these people live like this? Slobbering and drooling and not being able to participate. And, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years later, the parents are dead and there's no one to take care of them. They sit in the chair and do this all day long and have not a clue what, oh, but it's humane that we take care of these people. Seriously? We might want to rethink that. but you're talking about killing a person. Um, well, okay. Is that like, should we do it when they're an infant? Is that infantis, if, killing infanticide? I don't know, but with the amount of children who are being born now that are obviously disfigured, deformed, and I mean like mentally, they will never ever be able to speak or engage, or I mean, really bad. Should we allow them to live? That should be the question. Not should we kill them, or not should we let them, pass away. You shouldn't really be here. If it was in tribal conditions in certain tribes, the child would not be allowed to live. It was taken out into the wilderness and let, creator take care of the situation. But if the child's head was screwed on sideways and their arms were like this, they looked at it and said, he can't keep up with this. And we might love him and help him and whatever, but it ain't like having a cleft palate or a club foot, which would be bad. Still, but as being humans and being humane, so you want to kill a baby in the womb, you don't like it. Okay. But what if there's absolutely, and nobody's discussing about whether or not folks who are severely retarded and handicapped, if they should be allowed to live, we should say, hang on, this person's going to be millions of dollars worth of, care and taking this and that, and they're, no offense, but they can't even blink yes or no with their eyeballs. I mean, they are not here. Maybe the soul said, nah, I ain't doing this. So, but to the point though, so they want to discuss about the woman has the right. Okay. Okay. All right. But then after, if a baby is really actually born really badly deformed, and there is honestly, there ain't no way around this one, you know. Um, Mother Nature would have taken care of it in the olden days if we didn't have all this medical technology. So for babies born that way, I think we should just like say, sorry, let's put it over in the crib and help it. But, we're not going to like encourage it to live. We're just going to pray that Creator comes and takes this soul out of this baby, if there's one in there, and let it pass now. So it doesn't have to live an entire lifetime of torment. And not only that, but on the parents too. And I mulled over this. Oh yes, everything deserves to live. Not always. There are baby chickens that are born with their wings wrong, and the other chickens will kill them. They'll kill them because they're weak or whatever. They know they don't belong. One had a club foot, and I babied it and nurtured this little hen, and turned around one day, and the other hens. I went out there and I heard this squawking, and there was like 9 hens on this other one, pecked it to death and then ate it. And I was like, what? So even in nature, they know things are wrong. They knew that chicken had a bad leg, and they knew it wasn't right, and something about it. And they just said, no, this one can't survive as much as I tried. So, but anyway, so back to the snake oil. So the snake oil to me is they will discuss the woman's right. But what about the child who is born honestly disfigured? Now, I ain't talking about just a little whoopee here. I'm talking about mongoloid or, that honestly they ain't in there. Wouldn't it be cruel and unusual to allow the child to live? Cruel and unusual punishment on the parents who are going to accept this burden? I mean, there ought to be a period where folks can say, listen, now this isn't about now, folks would say, well, wait a minute, this is part of that Freedom of Right Act that all beings can be. Yeah, but if a lizard ain't got no hind legs, its mom and daddy don't come around it and help it. Okay, they leave that little lizard up to its own devices, and it can pull itself along in the sand, but it's slower than the other lizards, and the bird's going to get him first. It's just the way it is. So, but we have come out of nature with things. So Complaining, arguing, a woman's right, but then what about, and the right of the child? Well, what about the right of a child that's malformed? Just saying. They won't talk about one or the other, the burden of this or that, who's right or who's wrong. Just saying. They should discuss it all. Moving on. The snake oil stuff. Now, YouTube, not just YouTube, but other places, you go to watch a video or something, and they put ads up. Now they know you've been targeted simply because I searched, for example, I searched the new Maverick pickup truck because I was like, Maverick, wait a minute, Ford did what? So I did a little thing and looked at it, whatever. Now it won't stop sending me banner ads about Ford trucks, the Ford Maverick and other types of automotive things. So, since I have been looking to fix my truck and I have been perusing automotive places now, so the computer knows, so it's throwing up all kinds of stuff, right? Now, that's some of it is just pure snake oil. Oh, join my channel and do this thing, and I'll believe, or whatever. So, in that, the computer has now become the snake oil salesman. What? Yeah. So the AI has taken over that, covered wagon from the West and bringing this stuff over the internet. So um, some of this stuff is really neat and groovy, but why it's early. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Oh, if you're still here, the original Tracy died. I'm sorry, Tracy. The original Hillary died that 9/11 when they drug her into that van and took her downtown and took her to her daughters. The person who came um, out of that apartment building was not Hillary. And you look at these pictures now of this Hillary, and oh, she was at this event, and everyone was surprised. And I'm like, I'm surprised because she's older than me, had this brain disease, had to wear sunglasses. Everybody's forgotten about that brain thing that she had, where she had to wear special glasses. That ain't, well, maybe Tracy about the clone. I won't dispute that, but she had a cousin that looked a lot like her. And way back in the day, they said that, and it appeared so because she came down the stairs and did these little waves like Hillary, but her cheeks were wrong. And her jaw was narrow over here. And the earlobes were like, instead of being, dangly or connected. But anyway, whoever that is, it ain't her. It's not the original Hillary. But clone, I'd agree with that. But she also had a relative that looked a lot like her. But anyway, but she looks younger in this one of these recent pictures, and I'm like, they're doing some kind of gene manipulation with that broad, because she shouldn't be looking like that. Not at all. She should not be looking like that. I'm sorry. But anyway, so there's some snake oil right there. And the other thing, and I mentioned this months ago, why? Why is Hillary coming back? And I was watched here within the last day or so, and they were asking the same thing in their title description thing. Yeah, more than one, maybe. But I think the one that was crippled and needed all the help that day and that wore the dark glasses during the September 11th thing years ago, um, before the election, she died. The shape she was in and the help when they threw her in the side of that van and all the other things, uh, uh, she may still be alive, but I don't think she's conscious, you know. But anyway, but any, I don't, how they did it, I don't know. It'd be curious. But the simple fact is, it ain't her, you know. So, and I'm not going to get my panties in a wad because I don't know how they did it. because there's lots of different ways. But Hillary, Travis, hey buddy, how you doing? So but there are there are some shucking and jiving going on with whatever is going on around Miss Hillary. I still don't know, but they're selling something. That's obvious. You just kind of smell it in the air. This recent picture of her looking like 30 years younger. Oh, well, I painted something on my face. Okay, but what? Just anyway. Um, Suspicion at every turn. Now tonight on when I was doing stories, I pulled two cards, and I think that they're important cards. And one is the owl card, and the owl card is all about deception, being deceived, and being able to see deception, and being able to ask the owl to go, wait a minute, who that? Like Travis just say, who that? Um, and who that walking in these woods? Why, it's Little Red Riding Hood. Hey there, Little Red Riding Hood. You sure are looking good. You're everything a big bad wolf could want. Great. Hope you and everyone else a great one. What? Have a great one. Yep. So, but this idea of who's selling what kind of snake oil, and thanks, Travis. But it's that it isn't an item, for example, that you're going to get in the mail. You got the owl card. But it was interesting. I pulled the cards before the show, which I have only done once or twice before, and it turned out that there was, the night eagle. Yep. It turned out that I was like, man, even before we did the stuff that we did, that it tied right in anyway. So I feel very lucky and fortunate that the cards I pull really kind of fit the situation. It's not just some haphazard random thing, because I don't want to do that. I don't believe in haphazard and random. If I'm going to pull cards or whatever, then I do it with my heart and honor and with intent. But anyway, but so to the snake oil stuff, and the dumber I look, I must like really look stupid, because there are times when, not often, because I'm not in a lot of stores like I used to be. But there are folks like, oh yeah, I tried this. Is like, oh yeah, try that over there. Yeah, okay. And you go, what the hell are you trying to sell me here? You know, um, like all of the, haven't really talked about plastics in a while, but we were discussing things medicinally and whatever on Milky Way Soul Tribe, and I mentioned this, and it is true that water that's um, forced into a freshly um, made plastic bottle, there's going to be off gassing of stuff into the water, so it's not as pure as you think. And I've quit drinking out of plastic bottles, water, and sodas unless it's necessary. And my arthritis is almost gone. And I'm older than I was back then. And, you know, Max Vision, he's been on in the chat before and discussed it, and agreed that, he stopped using drinking things out of plastic. Now, if you've got a plastic cup at the house, that's different. It's a different kind of plastic. And it hasn't been freshly made, so it's not off gassing into the liquid. But with that said, though, um, so people didn't have arthritis as bad as they do now, because when I was growing up, you didn't drink stuff. It was in a bottle, it was in a glass bottle. There weren't any cans to speak of, right? There were hard cans like, for beer and stuff, but sodas mostly came in bottles. But then in the transition, well, then more people started getting arthritis. Children have arthritis. And, why? Well, they've been drinking stuff as little children. They're more susceptible and they're growing and all this. So, and they get whacked, right? Children's cancer, it's nutty. Now they're talking about that there isn't enough baby formula out there because of all the whatevers. And I scratch my head and go, I'm wondering how, you know, them pioneers did it without baby formula. That's because they gave them whole milk from the cow, squirting it into the pail and whatever. And so, and they were ingesting other little things into the milk. So they were getting all this pure raw milk because they had their own facility, right? So, and now there were a lot of deaths with children, okay, back in the day, especially around here back during the time of the Spanish flu thing. But the idea, though, that they survived because of the natural things, and babies were hardy. Well, if they got snowed in, it was too cold, and baby got but they did the best they could with what was going on. So, but if the baby wasn't doing really well, then Mother Nature took it. Okay. And so it was not a burden on the family in whatever way it was. So, and I think that's being a little bit more humane, um, versus whether or not a woman has a right to dispose of the child she has inside. Um, I've known several women that I have taken to the facility to have this done. Um, it was their choice. It's interesting that the man is not included in those decisions, but okay, we'll leave it at that. Power to the women, right? Okie doke. But what about the guy, who's might want to be a father or whatever? Anyway, the snake oil stuff is that it's dividing the country. The subject itself, up for debate, personal thing, just whatever. But what is being slung at us is the chaos. They didn't get away with the whites against the blacks and the supremacy, the Antifa stuff and this, that. All right. So they had to stir the pot with leaking information from SCOTUS, which is bad news. There's stuff going on about Hitlery and the laptop and stuff, and the CIA and folks are going, it really was true. There's a bunch of us that lied because we're spies, and it's our job to lie to people. So there were those folks who were snodgrassed into believing that nothing, there was no laptop, that it didn't really exist. And I scratched my head, but there was more evidence that actually something was there than not. And then they have been selling that, oh no, the United States was in no coup with the Ukraine back then. And no, Joe and little Smiley, his son, with pictures doing cocaine and stuff, okay, that all right. Um, but see, they're slinging snake oil, is my point. Hey Delaney, hey Miss Pearl. So that's my so there's snake oil being slung over here, and there's this being slung over there. And one of the things, for example, and it is a truth, the Hoover Dam and out there, and I think it's Lake Powell. I get them mixed up with Lake Mead, Lake Powell. That lake out there behind, it is so low. How low is it? It's so low that they ain't almost enough to run the turbines that are in the dam. So there's electricity that goes out. But I've spoke on this before, but watching how they irrigate the farmland out there in the desert is stupid. The way they do it here in South Georgia is totally different. And there are good crops and things and stuff. because we went through a 10-year drought down here, and we didn't have a Hoover Dam. We don't have ways of moving water like they do out there in the West. And open ditches with water everywhere. What? Why aren't these things in pipes and things like they do down here? It's standard practice. So they run out of water. They overused it. Absolutely. The farmers aren't out there. Well, you can't cut our water out. Bullshit. Figure something else out. You're wasting water. Learn how the rest of the world does it. You're in the freaking desert trying to grow something, and you run the water out in the open so it will evaporate, so it will, and they waste it. You know. Okay, so that could have been fixed. They should cut off the water to the farmers growing out there, and they should tell them, figure it out, because all the other farmers out here on the East Coast have. So, but it's all about this and the people in Las Vegas. Well, the people in Las Vegas, the fountains and things, they recycle a crap load of water. Las Vegas has spent billions of dollars over the time to conserve the water, reuse it, and filter it and put it back in the system. If at least for fountains and things and stuff, so the water is recycled as much as possible, because Las Vegas, the city of, did not want to depend on getting water from Lake Powell or Mead. Anyway, so there are people who are trying their damnedest to do something different. So when people don't understand what they're selling, well, it's Las Vegas and all them people out there. That's the reason that the lake is down. Nah, the reason the lake is down is because all of this open irrigating in the open, hot desert sun that evaporates the water quicker than it can get to where it's going. Okay, so don't buy into that. And don't buy into the situation that it can't be done, it can't be helped, that there is no other way but this. That is another line of bull hockey that they're selling you. The farmers that are, we need it like this, and this is no. I'm sorry, you may need the water, but how you're getting it and how you're moving it around and transporting it sucks, and you need to fix that. So other things, transportation. So, the price of diesel's up. So truckers can't afford it. Fewer truckers are arriving on time. More things are not being delivered where they should be delivered. So they're creating this issue, blaming it on Russia. So that's what they're selling you. The snake oil is the fact that we don't have any gas, there's no diesel, and it must be $10 a gallon because, and that's just stupid. It's a lie. And they're slinging this stuff to keep us in chaos, to keep us divided, to keep us fear, right? So, I must be dumber than I look because they're still trying to convince me. You must be dumber than you look because they're still trying to convince you. When a lot of us are just going, I ain't paying even no attention to this. But I have to pay attention because that's part of my job, right? But um, also in the, you know, what are they going to try next? Well, they're pushing the Hitlery thing. That's interesting. And other people are noticing it on major big channels like, why Hitlery? Why now? They're asking what's going on. So maybe I'm not as dumb as I look on certain things. But even about the UFO and stuff, um, there is just stuff out there that are, now, me, I believe in UFOs. I believe in them popping in and out. And but there are some folks that are trying to get us to believe in, and I have listened to the galactic stuff, don't get me wrong. And I absolutely years ago said, yes, it's our time because I have physically seen proof. All right. I have heard from my angels. I have witnessed. So, okay. So I'm going to listen to y'all because you say You're the truth. Well, they have strung a bunch of us along that rosy path of ET and the Palladians and the tall whites and who, whatever, right? There is evidence that they're here. Absolutely. I'm not trying to squash that. But I'm saying that whoever's doing the electronic voice about, oh, and the earth is changing into a new dimension and all this new stuff, and we're all going to be ascending. Now, listen, if you ascend, you're dead. So, this thing that we're all going to ascend, that means we're all going to die. No, I want to make the transition. When I ascend, I want to be a few years older than I am at the moment. Just saying. So, those folks are slinging snake oil. And the prophecy stuff. Oh my God. I'm so sick of doomsday. And of course, on YouTube and things, they have to have that, you know, attention, that grabby, in their title block thing, you know, important explosive news, but that's all snake oil because every day there's some kind of extravaganza. You won't believe this, and sometimes it's the same channel using the same words. Why just can't they just say like a large upset with some of the Democrats today versus it's episodic, it's apocalyptic, it's and Nancy and this one and that one. Oh my God, can they just not throw that poor woman out? You know, that's um that's old age abuse. I mean, same thing with old Joe. Didn't vote for him, knew he was dumber than he looks, uh, or something. Maybe now people are going, "Oh my God, we really did put an idiot into office, and he's way dumber than he looks, right? And he's the supposedly the salesman, like he says in his discussions how he wants to bring Republicans closer together and bridge that gap, but that MAGA crowd is one of the worst terrorist groups and types of people. Is like, what? And then he doubled down on it today or yesterday about how bad the MAGA crowd was. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not voting Democratic anymore. I haven't switched parties on my card. But I voted Republican in a lot of different areas. Okay. They stole the election here in Georgia and in several ways, and also all the stuff with the ballots and so forth. Ain't none of us in this state pleased about that shit. Let me tell you, okay? We are not happy. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, we're not happy, okay? So it's out of the party line. But here's the thing, they're trying to say, well, this is it and that's that and this guy and that one and here's the deal. So they're trying to sell, oh well, the voters fought for this. The MAGA crowd, wait a minute, the MAGA crowd is anyone who quote believes in being a Republican, whether your actual, your card says you're a Republican or not. But now that we're one of the worst groups, in American history. So sliding Biden, because he'd be sliding right by us with his mental condition, is isn't it like it's hard to watch the guy, you know, because it's almost like they're giving him pills and these people, you've just pissed off them, okay? And more of them voted for the other guy than they voted for you. But since they shuck and jived and, and you got selected because he didn't get elected, they're squallering And I would bet you they're going to try to do a change of guards. You mark my words. I said it here. That they're going to take Joe out and put Hillary in. They better indict her quick on them charges because they're going to try it. Why? Because there is no other reason they would um, bring her out in this evening gown to whatever that event she went to last week or whatever. And everybody was surprised. All the news headlines, even the Independent, were like, "Oh!" Everyone was surprised at this whatever event it was about Hillary, 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 Hillary. It takes some of the Hillary, the bitch she is Hillary, and never mind. Um, Herman's Hermits. I'm Henry the Eighth. I am Henry the Eighth. I am. I am. So, but so they are touting her out in public for whatever the reason. But here's the thing: they're doing it. So they're slinging snake oil. Now, there are folks who are, tired of the mask thing, and then there are other folks who are still trying to make it an issue. And the Anthony Fauci thing, and of course the guy should be crawled on a carpet. The amount he's the highest paid employee of the United States, and I mean, I'm sorry, the guy they should like take his pay away or something, dock his pay for being an idiot. Don't care. Wings says Armageddon everywhere, even Armageddon itself is looking. I'm, I agree with you there, Wings. you know, Armageddon is doomed because there's doom coming to Armageddon. And at your local station on Thursday, you can hear Joe from around the world talking about how we're all going to be dead now. I'm watching the news and watching the stuff. Now, 2 years ago, more or less, going to be a reset, right? Before the pandemic, going to be a reset, and Trump and them are trying to get rid of the Fed Reserve and to go back to United States dollars backed by gold and silver, not petrodollars, right? So they was really close to getting some of that done when he did not get reelected. So for the last 2 years, we're all going to die financially. The market's going to crash. This is going to happen. They're going to take away our cash. They're going to do all these things. So for the last 2 years, they have been slinging this stuff that market's going to crash any day now. Yesterday in today's news, going through some of the finance, it's about to happen. It's going to happen. It's fixing to happen. The resets, we're here. We're there. Okay, but we've been there for the last 2 years. Now I must be dumber than I look because they keep saying it is fixing to happen. Okay, well, and it don't get me wrong, they could flip the switch and the market crash and lots of stuff happen literally overnight. But my point is, they're selling snake oil because it hasn't happened yet. All right. So one thing's being affected by another thing because they're slinging snake oil. They want to keep you confused. Oh, buy a new car. Oh my God. My friends traded in a Ford Ranger kind of truck for a Nissan um, SUV, brand new, came over, visited today. And that thing has got so much electronics on it. I looked at my friend who happened to come over at the same time and introduced me to his friend who had met Crazy Horse's great grandson thingy. And I'm like, they were having trouble, just like, well, where's the gas cap? Where's the door to it? Where's the thing? Well, you're supposed to be able to put your foot under and the hatch out. They're supposed to, and I'm like, I don't want a new vehicle. I'm sorry if I have to. It might be convenient to, you know, put your foot underneath the vehicle. My sister had that on her car thing. It didn't work. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. And if you didn't turn the key just right, it was on or it's off or something. So, if you had an issue and you got bags in, it's supposed to be so cool to just wave your foot underneath the bumper and it'll open up the hatch. But there's so many other little things along the way. It doesn't really work every time because situations change. One of the kids that let it down, there's a switch under the thing, on and off, or yes or no, or where you got your foot, or whatever. It's so this, oh, it's so great, but you can't just, like, here's the thing, and pop the door open to put gas in. There's a button somewhere that's a thing or whatever, and hey, Scratch, how are you? So, they're slinging all this electronics on it. Now I'm going to do another video just about my truck here because I've been still working on it. I just got a jack so that I can take the gas tank out and replace the fuel pump, um, and and then do a list of things that I did, what it cost me, and the results, and so forth. Because here's the thing: as a '98 model vehicle, I've got a lot fewer sensors than these new cars. And I've seen a few of them that are like, 6 or 7 years old and have got sensor issues, and the car won't run. The windows won't roll down. I mean, it's like funky. And if you don't have one of these plug in, check things, you might never find out what the hell is wrong. It's some kind of sensor that regulates this, but it does something and it's attached underneath. And like, so they're slinging technology and people are buying it. And ain't it cool to be able to look at this little screen and be able to back up? Okay, fine. But when I took driver's ed back in the 60s, you learned how to use a mirror. Because what if the camera goes out? What if it's wrong? What if, oh, but just let go of the wheel and it'll drive itself. Not me. I don't want to let go of the wheel going down the highway. I really don't. If I want that, I'll hire somebody to drive me and I'll ride down the road without my hands on the wheel, but uh-uh. So imagine a really big sunspot hits the North America when everybody's letting their vehicle drive themselves and the GPS goes out. Now, all these vehicles that are driving down the interstate and you're hands free and talking to the old lady and yelling at the kids in the back and, petting your dog or having coffee or whatever, GPS goes out and all these vehicles start going here and there and wherever. Scratch, how you doing? Doing the best I can, Scratch. Yeah, it keeps fluctuating. Scratch. Hey, Steve, how are you? Yeah, 12, 11. I'm in and out. I'm, and for me, it's never about the numbers, but it is about whatever the silly message is. But anyway, so we need to look at some of the stuff that they're slinging at us, like them old snake oil salesmen of the past in the old westerns. And it's not just product. There's some products out there. And in looking at a few things now, there's I have had many artiste type friends that do paintings and sculptor and glass blowing and just artists, right? And making beautiful things. And then there are folks out there who make these things, and but They're exorbitant prices. They are unique, and it is probably one of a kind. That is true. But is it worth 30 grand? Not 300 or 3,000 even, or 30,000, but 300,000? Some of these things are, a price tag on. And like, wait a minute, I'm all for artists getting benefits and stuff, but folks are getting like obnoxiously stupid crazy with some of this. Well, but if you're rich, then, I've discussed it with a lot of folks over the years. If a rich person's buying something, there's a $25 price tag on it that says 10% off, you know, they ain't going to buy it. Why? Because they don't want to go home and tell their friends, look at this painting I bought it. I got it for a steal for, $25 with 10% off. Oh, really? No, they want to go home and say, you see this painting? I just spent $3,000 on it. But I did get a steal. The guy let me have, 2,000 off. So they'd like to add a couple of zeros to that. The people buying it, because rich, I'm not buying that cheap piece of shit. It's only $25. Well, maybe the person who's selling it really thinks it's, to them, it's worth, what they say, it's worth $25 to me if you give it to me and you can take it home and be happy. And oh, no, 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 no. So there are people who are using that ideal to, quote, sell to the rich folk. But their prices are just outrageous. So you must be a millionaire to afford some of this shit that some of these artists are peddling. Are they unique? Yes. Are they worth $300,000? No. No. But it is one of a kind. But I'm just saying, seriously, you're going to pay that much for, it's not even old, it's brand new. It's there is no history to it. It didn't belong to anybody. It's just somebody's charging that much for this particular piece of artwork. Snake oil. But over the thousands of years that artists have been hired to paint, sculptors, stone workers, I mean, the guys that painted the pyramids, I mean, them guys had a sense of humor. Oh, look at that one. She got a big butt. Never mind. Uh, his hat's pointed to one side, Um, see that third one in a row? Yeah, we painted we put a little tushy thing on it, but you got to look real close. But so the artists, they tinkered around even with the pyramids and some stuff. As far as local artistry goes, right? They'd put their name in somehow, a little hat and a pyramid or something, and an eye of Horus sticking off this. That's just signature, right? And they have found that out, that some of the artists in the old temples and stuff literally signed their artwork with these little cryptic things at the end of the sentence. So, um, it's a wonder they didn't get buried alive with the Pharaoh. Maybe some of them did. Hey, we caught that. We got that. You've been doodling in the damn pyramid. You doodled in my pyramid. That's it, buddy. You're gonna get buried alive when I die. Well, I think I'm moving to Japan. I think I'm gonna go see the Great Wall of China. Um, you know, I'm sorry, King Tuttley Tut, but Tut Tut, King Tut. I'm out of here. Hey, Tracy. Oh, it's 64 degrees here, Steve. The last couple of days, it's been like 85, 86 in the afternoon, but it was like 54 degrees this morning at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I've turned the fans off. It got so chilly. And it's you know, the temperature's dropping here, as far as it's in lower 60s already. So but yeah, it's been weird, and the humidity's been down. Now, don't get me wrong, I love it, because a week or so ago, the humidity was so bad at like 84 degrees. It felt like it was 102. It was horrible. But anyway, I knock on wood. I've got 5 more trees transplanted. Um, I've got more landscaping stuff done, and etc. And I've got several videos I need to post. But anyway, I've been busy. We're running into a 20 here in a moment. So y'all share with me. So there's a lot of stuff going on locally in certain places, and you have to look at your own area and um, see what stuff they're peddling. Like some of the school kids are like, well, we're almost out of school because summer's coming up. That's good. But they're saying, well, but the kids are going to have to do some kind of report in some of these southern areas because of the COVID, whatever. So they're actually kind of going to have to go to school through summer. And like, wait a minute, come on now. So they only get a month to maybe 6 weeks off, where we used to get 2.5 months off for the summer. We got out at the third week of May, and we didn't go back until after Labor Day. The first, you know, the Monday, the after Labor Day, we was in school. But things ain't like that no more. And so, hey, Michelle, I hope everything is going well. I've been very quietly but strongly sending you stuff. So, anyway, hope it's okay. I still want to yap at you. Uh, t- uh, uh, that's comfortable with sleep. It's really nice right now here in South Georgia. I mean, last week I was like, oh man, it's going to be fucking miserable from here on out. And then these last couple of days, oh my God, it's been beautiful. Oh, and some of the blueberries. And my buddy come over and I showed him. He goes, man, he's good. Okay, tomorrow's good, but it's not a rush. I just still want to. That's all. um, but some of the local blueberries have gotten really kind of big. They're sort of teardrop shaped in a way. And and my friend said, "Man, that bush over yonder and down the over there." And I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, those berries are a lot bigger than the other ones, than rabbit eye they're called down here. But they're like this tiny little balls. Now they're we'll get a particular shade of color on them, and if you have to tug them off, they're not ready. But some of the bushes down there, and I mean, there's a bunch of wild berry bushes on my place, but there's some of them that are just absolutely loaded, and there'll be a bush right, like literally, you know, 6 feet apart from, if I spread my arms out, it's about 6 feet. So I spread my arms out, and this one over here on the left, it ain't got but two or three berries on them, but it's over your head tall. But the one next to it is loaded with berries, great big juicy things, and there doesn't seem to be any correlation. But to the point though, been out picking blueberries. Oh my goodness gracious! And I will tell you, as as many blueberries will grow on a bush, and one that my friends brought to me. They look like real blueberries that you buy in the store, kind of blueberries. Beautiful, taste great. But the plant is only so big, and there's only so many berries to the plant. I will never bitch again about the price of blueberries. We've got blueberry farms all around here, okay? But only so many will grow on a bush, okay? So some of mine are over my head, which is not how they do it around here. They trim them all off. They're on fences and rails and stuff, but to be very particular, but still there's only so many that will grow on these berry bushes the way they grow them these days. It's very convenient and whatever, but there's only so many that'll grow on it. So don't bitch about the price of blueberries. because it takes a lot of effort to get a pint of blueberries, even from a farm that grows them and does them. Oh, um, it saves your kneecaps. There's a couple. I mean, they will literally be growing on the same side of the driveway, and this bush has got juicy ones. Literally, I can't reach them, and I can reach them at least 7 foot because I'm almost 6. So a foot of. So and these things are even higher than that over my head. So I did a little diddly with the camera that I need to upload of some of what's going on and some of the blueberries and stuff. And I haven't been able to get the right connection to do a walkabout with my cell phone live stream. So, oh, don't worry about it, Chloe. How you doing? We're just glad you're here. Oh, blueberry. Oh, I love blueberry. And some of these things came in really early. I mean, like, what? And then others are just now. So the wild blueberry bushes, though, continue to produce. So if I pick some and I go back to the same bush, there's a lot of green ones on there. They haven't all, bloomed at once, gotten ripe. Then another one, 20 feet away downhill from the one you just had. These things that bloom, have half of them have ripened together, and the other half are green and changing colors. But oh my God, they're bigger, they're juicier, and I can't really tell any real difference between the plants, but there's a bunch of them. But with me walking around and making the trails and keeping some clearing out around the bushes, some of them are really big and spread out. But here's the thing, with all of these that are producing, it still takes a crap load of space on the bushes, and just to get a pint of blueberries. Do not bitch about the price of blueberries. Is all I'm saying. Support your local blueberry farm because it's you got to work them, buddy. And oh, and another thing, while I was going around and munching and checking out the berries, and I'm eating them, and wishing, wow, somebody just needs to come by and go walking around my up on the hill and see how these things grow, just for the hell of it, right? And to share in the experience. And so anyway, and so my friend comes over and he goes, well, I'm gonna go pick some blueberries and see how they are. So that was great. But anyway, the amount of space, time, the types of blueberries, and what blueberries are good for, do not bitch about the price of blueberries. If you get a chance and get blueberries this year, fresh, and can freeze them or what, or get if you have to get them frozen, get them. Okay, get them because whatever the price is, their price is going to go up because they're are technically so hard to take care of. And there just isn't enough on a bush. I mean, when I started looking, there's, maybe a pint and a half per bush. So you go to the store and they got like 10, 10 pints of fresh blueberries. Great. But that means like for every for every one of those buckets of blueberries, it takes one plant to do that, to produce it. So you got in all these grocery stores and all these places, and blueberry farms have become very popular down here in the South, and I'm glad for that. But my point is that uh, it ain't like a pear tree that can have 50 pears on it, big pears, big tree, whatever. Here's this bush that only a certain amount of berries are going to grow on it. Period. And so, and after you pick them off a bush and you go, well, that's just a pint. Right. How many pints do you need to sell to break it? Oh my God. A bunch of bushes. Okay. Just saying. Bunch of bushes. And a lot of work over the year to keep them trimmed, clean, non buggy. Now, I got to say this. I've had a couple of blueberries the wild ones that had some bug stank on them. That's all I got to say. Picked it. There wasn't no bug on it, but put it in your mouth and like, pooey. Oh man, it just tastes like a bug. It just, it is what it is. So the amount of blackberry, oh, I'm sorry, blueberries that it takes to fill up a, a 1 pint container. So, and which leads me to blackberries too. I found a couple of blackberry bushes. I got a lot of blackberry canes, but not necessarily lots of blackberries that produce blackberries. Okay. Some of these canes are old and I've trimmed them and whatever, but they got these tiny little bitty pieces of blackberry. And then over here by the shed that there's this nuisance blackberry bush I've been trying to get rid of. And I'm moving some stuff, moving all my aluminum and got them loaded into my trailer to take into town. I filled up the trailer with aluminum cans. Oh my God. They're in bags of stuff and it's not like packed down, but the whole trailer's loaded with aluminum. This ought to be interesting. But as I'm moving stuff away from the shed, there's these blackberries that are like this long, bigger than my thumb, or as big as my thumb, I should say. And one of the, please don't grow here. I've been trying to kill you. And they're ripening, and oh my God, now I got to leave it because there's going to be some more on the bush. Uh, but I go up on the hill, 20, 30 feet away. There's blackberry bushes and a whole patch. Ain't a blackberry on them. And if they are, they're these tiny little old things. So, well, what's the deal, right? So in um, allowing the land to go a la natural, there are several things that have been coming up in the land around where I've cleaned up, where I did the bonfire and the drum a couple of months ago now. That pile is down, and I've planted trees and some bushes where we burned the wood that was there, the trees and so forth, opened it up and then burn it. But anyway, and I do have a video. I swear I'm going to post these things. Um, but that I planted, four more trees along there. You're watching your sand plum. I've got some plum trees out here that are fixing to get cut up for firewood because it ain't produced a plum in not nary one for years now. And I'm gonna put something else in the way because they've shaded over and they ain't nothing there. But in walking down the property line where my neighbors have like really did a good job as far as packing down a trail, and I can make it all the way to the river without having to wade anywhere. But along the way, there's kudzu. And I'm like, wait a minute, which is a good thing for me. But people down here in South, they like kudzu is a bad thing. But there's kudzu. And I was like, what is that? And I went, oh my God, kudzu. And I knew a lady who, I knew, a, I knew an old lady who swallowed a fly. But I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die. Anyway, um, no, but she wrote a book, and it's still after print and whatever, about kudzus and how to make. She made this a jelly type stuff out of it, and how you can eat it, plant it, whatever. Kudzu, there's a lot of good about kudzu, but it spreads like immortal hell. I mean, it's like wisteria or whatever. It'll grow too. Oh, and these damn wandering Jew that takes over my yard. Oh my God, in a couple of days, you'd be like, wait a minute, there's all this wandering Jew that is stretched out. It's weird. It really is. It's almost like the creeping death or something. But um, where was I headed with that? Nature has provided just by allowing it to not mow it. Now, I have burned it. Um, And in many places, it's recovering really well where I burned it this last fall, actually this early spring. And it's doing really well and coming back. The ferns are coming back and so forth. But so before you go cutting and mowing, you have to walk around and see what had been restricted before you burned that might come up now as a volunteer. You know, some tree or a bush or whatever. So on a lot of the areas, there are a lot of, and they weren't there before. This is one of the things they were not there before, and that's poke salad. You know, and they grow bill tone. They have purple berries on them and so forth. And there's a an old friend of mine. He's 2 days older than me, literally, and he was like, "You see these purple berries on the yeah?" He goes, "Well, you know they say they're poison," and he goes, "Well, they are poison if you eat the seed." He said, "And if you eat too many," he said, "Now for to help your heart and your circulation and everything," he said, "them purple berries that are poison. If you was to take 2 or 3 of those berries a day when they're in season, break them off in your mouth, and just kind of suck the juice out of them, and then spit the seeds out. It's okay to eat the berry part, but don't eat the seeds because that's where the poison is. It's good for your heart. Now, every time, every year they ever come out, I always eat a couple every other day or so when they're in season. So if it was going to kill me, I'd be dead. So his advice on certain things and it depends on the herbalist book that you find. Because here's the this is slinging snake oil. Oh, that's poisonous. You can't eat those berries. Well, no. If a little kid goes out and grabs a handful of them and chomps them down, it could kill them and has killed kids and some adults too. But also, if you know what you're doing, then this thing that's going to kill you, it's like going into Granny's medicine bottle. She left it open. A little Johnny pours it out and go, "Oh, look, a bunch of little purple pills," and downs them. Well, purple pills on a um, poke salad, pokeweed, it's the same thing. You don't grab a handful of them. You don't eat them all. So if you just take a couple, then it's actually beneficial to you. So I don't necessarily feel like I have circulation issues or a heart problem. I don't think. Knock on wood. Haven't been to the doctor in a while. But to the point though, um, so if you ate a couple of berries, we should be lethal and I should be dead. But I'm not, and I ain't dead. Hey, Miss Mary Wins, how you doing? I lost a few treetops and a wall to a from highway. Oh, really, Steve? That's a shame. Because me and Duggar went down to the river today, and there's a couple of trees and stuff that, and being able to walk through where there was water, now being able to cut through those things because it's dry in the backyard right now, and like wow, the tops of some of the trees that I lost around here, yeah, and it's sad, it really is. But when most people don't see the trees that have been twisted and gnarled and dropped into rivers and places and stuff, there's a lot. Just around this neighborhood, there are hundreds of trees that were knocked down through the hurricane, that year. Um, But so other snake charming things, there are certain things, like if you have this condition and it'll make you feel better, and they show pictures of grandma running with the grandkids and all or whatever. But then they read really fast well, the some people have nausea, pain inside, and uh, uh, dysphoria and dysentery and diarrhea and swelling of the gums and a But tell your doctor if you have any of these symptoms. Well, you bet your ass. Now, if it really helps certain people with certain conditions or whatever, okie dokie. But then when some folks' vital organs decide to shut the down, and oh my God, I'm dying here because my liver quit working. Well, you've been taking these pills. So I was on a boatload of pills, over 40 something a day. I don't know, 8 or 10 different kind. I mean, blood pressure, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And I was going to die if I didn't take them pills because my blood pressure is getting worse. Now, it's been 5 years since I've been to the doctor. I ain't dead yet. Don't take them pills. But I try to do my best, with other things. Yes, I'm still smoking. And yes, I'm still smoking the others too. But I've tried, and I have cut down in many ways. So but at the same time, um, I'm not on all these pills. I was on, I can't think of the name of it right now, but all asthmatics and people, you have issues and you breathe it. Uh, bu- uh, Albuterol, something like that. And I have cases of this stuff, okay? For when I had to do it 2 or 3 times a day, inhale it and breathe it and do this stuff. And then I read about it, and it's got glycerin in it. Glycerin is an antifreeze and a lot of other stuff, and it's not necessarily like potable, like you should. But you're breathing this in and coating your lungs with this stuff. And I quit using it, and my lungs got better. And I changed some other things. So the the doctor, not knowing that it was making my condition worse, so I'm huffing and puffing. Oh, you're smoking too many cigarettes. Well, that was partially true, but it was also because my lungs were lined with this gel, you know, from the albuterol from the doctor that's supposed to be, healing me. So, I'm no, sorry, I don't do that anymore. But there are a lot of people who are still taking them poppers and they got asthma and stuff. Some of them things that they're taking makes their lungs actually weaker. Yeah, they still have asthma. I'm not arguing that, but the continued use of this is actually making their lungs weaker and actually causes more incidents. So, but ain't nobody studying that. Um, I mean, what the hell is glycerin doing in your lungs? Just do a little search about glycerin and think of how many people who are using their inhalers and how many young children become dependent upon their inhalers. And so, but anyway, so that's one of those medical things they're slinging at you. Your child will not survive unless you take this product. Your child, if the parvo, I say parvo's for dogs, but it's some kind of whatever thing that young girls get or whatever, then guys can get it if they do the thing with the girl or what. Oh, and you better get your vaccination now. Now, when I was growing up, they didn't have that shot. There were a lot of teenage girls and boys who were probably doing some nasties, but nobody got anything. And the percentage of teenagers that came down with this, what I can't remember, was like 1% of all us teenagers across the board. There would, 1% of the population gets this, but everybody must be inoculated? No. But this, I can't remember what it is. But anyway, the teenagers, the girl, blah, blah, but you got to get it. Take your girl down to the doctor and have this done. Don't do it. Don't take your young children, girl, boy, or otherwise, down and have them inject you with any stuff because one of those countries have, said no more to Sweden or Denmark, one or the other, or maybe both. But because there are incidents of them finding things, and it's been hurting folks. And didn't a lot of us mention this? Don't take it because so the snake oil is that you must have this for your young daughter so she doesn't get this, whatever it is. I could take care of my mom. Oh, you're the one. You're one of the other folks that have stopped doing your. I got was rabies shots over 12 years ago. That's 4 times in there I've nearly ended up doing, and twice in the last 2 weeks. From what? I swear. Hang on. What are you ending your life, Scratch? Another. That where we was going. Oh, it was an area you were in. That's 4 times in a year of nearly. Well, that's been twice in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, high winds is yeah, it's a biggie. And we've had some uh pretty decent gusts these last 3 days. And there's a low offshore that's bringing air around, and the humidity's low. Oh my God. It's so when there is no humidity, 85 degrees is pleasant. And today, yeah, not being able to breathe is damn sure scary. But what part of the world were you doing that, Scratch? Was there something in the air that I missed? Oh, that's right. That's right. The south of England. Right. Oh, you really think it was EMS? Honestly, now I won't discount that because there are certain areas of certain towns and things. And when I lived in Tampa, that there were just some places that um, I wouldn't go near that area just because it felt. Now here's an interesting here's it is an interesting pause for the cause. In thinking about some of this, there were certain areas that felt, and I'm going to use the word creepy. But here's the thing, and after all these years of this quote creepy feeling, oh, that creepy feeling, nowhere to go, sweet dream, ride, ride that tear away. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Beatles songs going through my head. But um, it's the energy in that area by whatever different fields of electricity but there were places that kind of felt creepy. But there's all electrical stuff around, and kind of shrug your shoulders. But then there were places that was more out in the country or whatever, less denselated population, and there were like these creepy feelings, but I look back on it and go, it was creepy because it felt odd. But at the time, because of all the drive-in movies and stuff, there was a lot of vampire Satanism, all kinds of shit back then. Really B and some C and D class movies. Okay, bad ones. Um, but there was nothing else to go to, and we all went to the horror night on whatever. But anyway, we associated that creepy feeling with something demonic. Okay. And looking back, I I don't know if every time that we were at places where it felt creepy was it really associated with any kind of demons or spirits. It could have been, but there were some it was like it just was weird. So that weirdness could be just the energy in that area, right? So whatever it is, earth energy, sky energy, whatever, but there are spots that I've been in that were just creepy or weird or odd or whatever. So for no particular reason, it ain't about pollution. Now it could be related, but my point is there are some things that then in being down in the swamps and on the rivers, there are certain places that just feel weird. Don't know why. Of course, now, you know, there could have been something bad that happened back in the days. The slaves went bad. They took them out of the swamps and hung them, killed them, crashed them, and just let them be for the turtles or whatever. So there are areas down here that are creepy feelings, but it, you don't. It's not necessarily like a haunted creepy feeling. So, but anyway, just tossing that out there. Um, Yeah, that being able to, yeah, I would like to travel over abroad too. Wait, no, I said that wrong. I'm sorry. But I would like to travel over abroad too. No, I would like to travel abroad as well. With abroad. Never mind. I hope it never happens. Yeah. So I'm still curious about some of the things that are being peddled out there. That the snake oil salesman is trying to get us all to submit to, commit to, or whatever. And what has surprised me is that some of these channels, and I monitor like 100 and a bunch of channels. So when I see trends in things, and these folks, they talk about it, but then a week later, there's three or four other channels, and they've sort of picked it up, but with a slight twist, you know, because it's a week later, and more information or less information, and okay, like the one of the channels was showing that they're in one somebody's candidate thingy, there was a demon in the audience or outside, and there went past this person, and this face, it looked like a demon over this lady's face or something. And it's like, folks are like, yeah, see, there's proof in demons. And I'm like, I don't know. I watched it a couple of times, and it was odd, in that, since if this person, the way her face was, and she was wearing something like a raincoat or whatever, if she moved her head up quick enough, it would have looked damned odd. And depending on how fast, how many frames per whatever. So was it odd? Was it a demon? I don't know. Was it weird? Yeah. Um, but now, oh, there was a demon at such and such as whatever. All right. So was there? Maybe. Here's the evidence. You decide. But the fact that they brought it up, that there's a demon in the audience, that somebody caught it. You follow me? So whether yes, it was a demon or not, again, that's up to you to decide. But the fact that they're Everything's a demon attached to the doomsday, attached to Armageddon, attached to the now that folks are, and I've heard some of these people, oh, there's one of the horsemen from the apocalypse. And now here's another horseman from the apocalypse. And we've only got one guy left that's gonna be the horseman. Okay. And it's some more again. And I'm like, y'all have said you have seen these signs before. So if there are only four horsemen, you've talked about 10 of them about now. Over the last 2 or 3 years, there are 10 horsemen, and there's supposed to be only four. Well, but you've talked about these two, then you talked about these two, and then you talked about them all. Then you talked these two and this two, but now at least 10 times. So where's all these horses and men? Where's all the? And I thought you said they were here. I'm just saying they're still spouting it. And yes, there are wars and rumors of war and all that kind of to make the Bible prophecies come true. If you know what I'm talking about, Bible prophecy comes true. Okay. And it really looks, I mean, I absolutely believe we're in the middle of Revelations. I absolutely, actually, I think we're kind of moving towards the end. But Armageddon does not mean the end of the world, it means a reset. It means the folks are going to not put up with the bullcrap anymore. The veil is being lifted for all of us to see. That is happening. We can see the corporate greed and folks manipulating us and wear a mask, don't wear a mask, you know abort, don't abort, you know you're more stupid than you look, meaning me. Or maybe it is you or us because they keep trying to convince us that there's disharmony in America. America divided again. Yeah, hey, Regen. Chloe, I would agree with you up to a point. And this is where having had visions and still getting them and having some weird ones here lately, y'all, with this energy. For those of you who just popped in recently, about a week ago, the Schumann was literally off the charts, white out from top to bottom for about 36 hours. And there's some weird energy reverbing with the earth, in the earth, around the earth. We're being hit with stuff. So if you're feeling weird and maybe even a little nauseous or something, check the Schumann resonance just to see, because that's the reaction now. Also, the other day, they sprayed the bejeebers. It was on Sunday. Oh my God. There were, you know, spraying the sky, the friendliest skies that was so beautifully cobalt blue. And there's, one went down and you can see where it literally made a U turn and came back at a slight different angle. There were X's and crosses. And, one of the guys that was at Harbor Freight on Sunday, I'm looking out in the parking lot. I was like, look what they've done to the sky today. And it was like, man, it was so clear earlier. He said, them damn chemtrails. And I was like, yeah, buddy, them damn chemtrails. But to the point, oh my God, Sunday, it was just nasty. So are we getting, is it protecting us, or are we being poisoned? And it takes a little time for that stuff to, settle down. So we got to be inhaling some of this stuff. Now, Dr. Ram, Richard Allen Miller, He discussed years ago how much radiation pollution was still in the atmosphere from all the testing back during the days of the A bomb and the H bomb. And, they're still testing with stuff. I got a small nuclear plant due west of me over near, it's in the Chattahoochee River between, Georgia and Alabama. It's on the Alabama side. But, they discharge and vent hot, steamy, radioactive gas, you know, into the atmosphere whenever they do these things. And guess what? As the wind blows, it's, uh, you know, it's about 80 miles from me to them. And I'm well within pollution range of that damn thing over there. So, am I getting radiated from the universe? Yeah. It's 84 degrees, but the UV's 12. Yeah, it's warm outside. Yeah, but you're going to get microwave more than you're going to get a tan because the UV is 12, you know, instead of 7 or 6 or no, it's 12. It's not supposed to be 6 or 7, but 12, Oh, mild mannered day out there, and you walk outside for 5 minutes, and you can literally fry your brain with these gamma rays and whatever going through us. Literally, some of these literally go right through us. So, what's that doing for us? But anyway, so they don't talk about that enough and warn us. Um, so that's a snake oil thing that they don't talk about it because they don't want it to be an issue. They don't want to bring it up too much, you know. And even now down here in the South, our local guys in Tallahassee and they're not really afraid of telling you about the UV. So, but they won't go into detail. They'll just say, it's a really sunny day out today and it's not really hot, but the UV's up around is in the extreme level. That's right. Take care. The UV is in the, and so they won't say nothing else about it, but, stay protected, stay, the hottest part of the day, stay away from, but they will mention that it is extremely high or whatever. So, but they never talk more about what does that mean, Charlie Brown? What does this high UV mean to me and my testicles or my uterus? Or wait, I don't have a uterus anymore because I've sunbathed and the UV has killed my uterus. Oh, well, okay. Or, you know, the sperm brothers, they're they're not spermy anymore because they have been nuked by the universe. But anyway, so they ain't talking about that enough either. About what just being outside too much these days with high UV on male, female, reproductive and stuff. Maybe you're getting some of these things because of your outdoor habits or something like that. Um, for a long time they said talcum powder was good. And then it was like, wait, it's laced with asbestos. And wait a minute, it has caused, you know, vaginal cancer. My mother went through it. I have a friend that's in her 20s. She just went and had a complete hysterectomy because of issues. And wait a minute, hang on. So, and I've known other people over the years that have had vaginal issues and but have used talcum powder that was supposed to be safe. So, Johnson and Johnson's, ooh, we're for you and the baby. What, to kill you? To give you. So, is cancer among young children because mothers, me as a father, ooh, let's powder the baby up, and there was powder everywhere, and would swim in it in the bed. Especially in the summertime when it was hot, had no air conditioner. You'd be sweating and you'd be pouring that baby powder on you to help bring it in. But to the point though, so but now it's not safe, and now maybe that's a cause for vaginal. And well, Bessie died from it, and this person got it, and this person had it, and this person, wait, these are all women that I've known personally who've had these issues, and they all used to talk about it. Okay, so that's been hush hush. It's not up there anymore. It's in the news a little bit, but they still haven't resolved it. And what about the millions of people who inhaled it? Well, did they get lung cancer? Well, it wasn't the cigarettes, it was the baby powder. And so they ain't talking about it, you know what I mean? So because it would make somebody else liable, and but they still sell baby powder. All right, they're still doing these other things. So, oh, must not be too bad, but because they're still selling it, and they still got generic. Did you y'all get the asbestos out of it? What about just breathing the dust from the talc, come from the talc itself? Now, there's a talc mine up in uh, Nantahala, on the Nantahala River, at the just upriver from the Nantahala Outdoor Center in Nantahala, guess where? North Carolina, up in the, Nantahala Forest. There's a talc mine there. Well, talc, what? They get talc powder from talcum powder, Oh, how? Me know him how. Me want to, never mind. That's an old joke. Oh, well, I'll tell it. It's simple. The guy come down the street, western town, and he'd raise his hand up to the Indian standing on the corner, and he'd go, how? And the Indian would stand there real solemnly, and he'd go, some. Man, the white guy was like, what's with this Indian, right? So a couple of days later, he's going down the street, he goes, how? Indian goes, some. And a couple of days more go by, and how? Some. And this continues on for about a month. And so finally he thinks this Indian is just messing with me. And so he stopped one day and he goes, how, Indian? And he goes, why do you always say how? When I say how, you always say some. And he folds his arm and he goes, me know him how, me want him some. Let that sink in for a minute. So, but anyway, so how some or have some. Anyway, old joke from way back when. But me know him how, me want him some. So, in the grand scheme of things, there are times when somebody's going how when they actually know how. So they look at us like we're stupid. So this little joke that I just told, um, to dead of cancer. Steve, that's horrible. But I know the feeling because I have known people like that. And, you know, yeah, Bessie, my uh, adopted mother, I don't call her mom because of her witchy things she did, but I won't dishonor her and call her a bitch. Whoops, did that slip? I said that out loud. But anyway, she didn't have to die. She shouldn't have had to die that way. She had lost almost all of her insides, and it started with uterine cancer. But anyway, um, too old to unset my ways to. And what does settle down mean anyway, right? To us old parts. 69 and three quarters. I don't want you to forget that. I haven't said that in a while. Just because. They're really doing this thing about electric cars and how it's going to be so green for the environment and all this stuff. And how many problems people are having with electric cars. And Tesla and they've had recalls and there was a thing that was out the other day that were like 90 some odd, like 95% of all electric vehicles made by whoever makes them have been recalled at some point because of some defect they have found on the cars. Like almost all of them have been recalled for, the of all the electric vehicles, none of them go as far as they say they're supposed to go on a charge. The charging stations don't work in many cities. Oh, you don't have to worry. You can get a quick charge here. Well, they've different companies. Now, I understand why it's proprietary for the vehicle. But now here's something. So you set up these, yeah, young at heart, absolutely. Yeah, I knew you was close to me, Steve. But so, and this is from people who have electric cars. Okay, there's YouTube videos of these people, with their electric car trying to get, have time, um, um, to plug into one of these, stations, right? And so some of them are free, and some you have to pay for. And so, but here's the thing that they all have different connectors. So not every electric car has the same type of plug. Now, no offense, but please cover your ears, little boys and girls. That's fucking stupid. Okay? So they've got three or four different brands or types of plugs, and that some charging stations aren't compatible with the type of vehicle that you have. And then sometimes there's several hours of waiting because there are people waiting to use the charge thing. And then the whatever the pay or whatever the charge thing, the charge stations are having issues. Now, if we're already having problems, and there's only a small percentage of the United States that's actually got charging stations and all this. So they don't tell you that when you buy an electric vehicle, now you're going to have to find an electrician to make this plug compatible with your house. So, okay, so you just don't plug into an electrical outlet. You have to have a special plug that plugs, which means you got to pay an electrician to come out, wire it, and put in whatever is necessary so you can plug in your electric vehicle. Well, but wait a minute. You can just go to one of these, sure, go to a charging station. If the plug fits, if it will work, because they've been having issues across the board in many places with the charging stations. People mistreat them, run over them. Vandals beat them up with a baseball bat or whatever, or throw oranges at them like we probably would have done as kids. But to the point though, so all of this quote infrastructure and how easy it's going to be and all this, it ain't that easy. It's becoming a real pain in the butt. And they're not these vehicles are not going as far as they're reportedly supposed to go. So people are not happy. So, but there's some, well, this Tesla doesn't work. So I'm going to trade it in and I'm going to get a newer model. But if your older model didn't work, you think they really worked out the bugs now? So, not saying it's a bad thing, but there's so many gizmos, and it's the gizmos that they're selling. You got to have a car that parks itself. No, you don't. But you may be dumber than you look. Learn how to parallel park. Learn how to put, if you can't parallel park, then learn how to go to, um, I'm just saying. So, because these things are to make people safer. No, You can take your eyes off the road and drive down the highway because the GPS is driving your car for you. And no, pay attention. Because there's too much other stuff going on. Um, Too many glitches in the matrix. Too many things for people ought to be, you know, they're gonna, the future of driving lessons. Now imagine this as a little, side break after almost 2 hours of being here, and I want another hit off my 20. But so, when I was a teenager and I had to take driver's ed in the summertime, it was a lot of fun. Got to goof around with these cars and, race around on the parking lot of Chamberlain High School out there and, meet these other chicks and do some stuff. Anyway, so, but with that said, folks now, and one of them was like parallel parking. And we had this guy that really, he showed us how to do it like really simple. And after being on the carnival for a couple of years and have moved trucks around on the lot at night, at the age of 14 and 15, and driving semis, and moving the cabs around and backing them up, and they always said, get an adult. One night I said, screw this. I've watched them do this enough. I'm gonna back this damn kitty ride truck, 55-foot long trailer. I'm gonna back it up, 3 feet and put it where it's supposed to be. And I got really good at it. By the time I was 16, I was as good as some of the, normal, run of the mill carny drivers, jocks kind of thing. Now I couldn't drive every one of those vehicles, but I could drive a bunch of them, and at least in short distances, by the time I was 17. So, but, folks that get their driver's license, uh, Ford pickup, 2001. But so, anyway, with all of that said, though, we learned how to parallel park. We learned you know, um, how to turn the wheels if you're going up a hill or down a hill, that you want to point it towards towards the curb, so that the vehicle is parked on a hill, it doesn't roll out into traffic and kill somebody at the parking brake. Oh, well, now you don't have to worry about the parking brake. The vehicle will sense the incline and automatic. What? So I'm watching these folks and the other day, and they were talking about electric cars and issues and stuff, and too many gizmos already that conflict. So they couldn't find something. It was something simple, and they had to get a book out. They had to get their owner's manual out. They had to call somebody on 911 or 911. Fix my truck. Because there was something. It was something simple, and they couldn't find the switch, couldn't find the but whatever it was, they couldn't find it, and they were kind of pissed about it. How come I could do this before like this? It's all these new fangled and spangled things. So having not really paid much attention to the electronics and things until recently, and my own truck episodes, right? But in watching what the new vehicles are like and what's in them and what they do and the this and the that, and I'm sorry, but they're making people stupid. These gizmos might be supposedly, um, to help us be more safe in this society, but they're dumbing people down. And, don't drive and text. Okay. So they're driving down the road messing with the GPS. And they ain't looking at the road, they're watching the screen. So you put a freaking TV screen for people to watch when they're supposed to be driving. Well, but you've got driver's assist that'll help you drive, so you don't so you can so you can take your eyes off the road. What? Hang on. I mean, they're taking responsibility away from people. And oh my God, I'm 69 and 3/4 and soon to be 70, right? And if my grandpa had seen it, when he had a vehicle that had cruise control, and that was like, oh my god. And he had electric windows in his Matador, I think it was. And he had a Cadillac too, but oh my god, it had, of all things, cruise control. And we were like, that was the best thing in the world, cruise control. So, but now there's all this other stuff. I don't necessarily think Grandpa would like be digging all this new stuff, because it took away from the fun of driving. Now I've driven, I have two vehicles, and the Mazda I'm working on now has almost 300,000 miles. I've got an Isuzu pickup that in the 80s mile, 84 or 5, or maybe in 86. But anyway, um, and that I got, it had 11 miles on it when I got it. Um, we got 2 minutes, 17, 18, 19, about 3 minutes. Um, and it's got almost 300,000 miles on it. And all of them, I mean, like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 miles, maybe over the course of the truck's life. But all those miles are driven by me, and very few accidents. Mostly it was, animals jumping in front of my vehicle. But so I've never had any kind of claims or anything like that. And so I've gone around the world. If it's 25,000 miles around the equator ish, then divide that into 600,000 legitimate miles that I've driven. Now, wait a minute, so, and very little of it was done with cruise control for my vehicles. None of it was done by any other, way, shape, form, or whatever. So I wouldn't feel right being in a vehicle that I was supposedly driving, but didn't have to drive. No, that just would not be right. But there are folks who've grown up that all they have to do is push a button. They don't shift gears anymore. They turn a dial on the console between in the front seat, and that what's a clutch? Because they're all automatics. Nobody wants an automatic anymore. I mean, I'm sorry, nobody wants standard transmission anymore. I do. Oh, but can't get it. Everything is a 8 speed electronic, some kind of, you know. Now, listen to me very carefully. It's all really neat and tidy, but folks are already beginning to see that this is a slippery slope. Oh, look how cool it is to, holy, what's wrong with my truck? I can't fix it. It's got codes, but none of them are, and it has ghost issues within the electronic system. One piece of something isn't grounded correctly, and so it's giving off an odd number. Something ain't working. Oh my God. But you can't work on them. No, because they're so complicated. Well, now they're selling the machines to, you can even buy this little thing that plugs in and use your cell phone to communicate with it Bluetooth ways. So, what? Yeah, the one that I got connects with the Bluetooth, and it shows you this and that. So, instead of the gizmo having everything in it, the everything that you need is actually in the app that you download. Okay, but it talks to the computer. It lets you know what the vehicle's thinking or not doing or whatever. But so here's the thing that's becoming the norm now. Um, Folks can't afford to take it to a mechanic because it's $200 an hour because they have to use all these sophisticated things. They have to test them out, blah 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 blah. Do you see where this is going? Oh, but buy a new vehicle, right? Go ahead, buy one. Go ahead, because and the resale value of older vehicles is like skyrocketed. So what's up with the car business, y'all? Just these trends. And seeing what's been going on with other vehicles, if my truck poops out or whatever, I want to rebuild it somehow. If I have to bypass the computer and put in a damn carburetor and just straight wire it or so, I don't know, but um, I need to go fix my old Isuzu. It doesn't have a computer in it. It's got a distributor cap. It's the old style. And it's a four-cylinder and used to get 35 miles to the gallon. So, and it's sitting up there in a way, rotting away. So, but get a new vehicle? Hell no. Not with all these issues and stuff going on. Oh my God, buy an older vehicle. Because when shit starts to happen, and we've been too close here recently to Carrington events in our atmosphere with solar flares and X flares and M class flares. We've been getting zapped. Just one be a little bit more, and it sends out that EMP that crosses around a large sector of the United States or the world or whatever. And then guess what? All your electronics get fried, and that's that. Period. That's that. You ain't gonna fix it because all the other computers are gonna be down. Some of the chips will actually be fried, so they'll have to take the little computers out of the vehicle if you can find where they're at, and go in there and fix it. I mean, oh my God, do you see how big of an issue just with vehicles with too many electronic parts is going to get us into trouble? Now, I say this because there's part of the industry that talks about, ooh, EMP, solar flares, stuff, glitches. And then the other side is, oh no, everybody's going to have an electric car. Everybody's going to, what if you don't want one? Seriously, I don't want one. I really don't want one. I want my little old gas banger, but I would love for you to spend as much effort into hydrogen and what other countries have done, like Iceland and places like that, that produce their own hydrogen for vehicles, right? There's not batteries, there's no extra cost, it's blah, 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 blah. And where they're having issues with charging stations, if all cars that were hydrogen used the same fitting, okay, like it would be like, here's the thing. Every engine on every car uses spark plugs. Now, the automotive industry decided long time ago to make the hole that the spark plug goes in the same type of threads. So you can buy Delco Remy, you can buy Motown, you can buy Bosch, you can buy AC Delco, uh, spark plugs, so that it was common. But now they've got electrical cars that they have not even thought about this, that the plug that plugs them in to the chargers are not the same. Standardize the plugs, idiots. No matter what car company they should all have standard plugs. Like, there are different types of heater. I'm sorry, um, dryer connectors. They're 220, three pronged, right? And, all dryers require these big, hefty duty cables and plugs to higher the voltage, to handle the voltage to heat the elements inside, and it doesn't burn your clothes dryer up or whatever. So, you know, industry has made these plugs. Well, some of them have three prongs this way, and some of them have three prongs that way. Here's the thing: it's three connecting, and you can choose to put on the wire with the plug at the end. So it's still interchangeable, because you can change the wire, right? Which has the plug at the end. So you can change the wire or change the plug, right? To match whichever is easier. A lot of times it's easier just change the wire behind your um, um, clothes dryer. So, but it's still a standard. But this idea that now nothing is standard within the different vehicles, they've all got different plugs and different plug-ins, and you got to call an electrician to install this at your house. How much is that going to cost? Tesla doesn't send out, I don't think, they don't send out an electrician to your house and how much cable you're going to need, where you're going to plug it in. You got to have a length. If it's too far from the outlet kind of thing, there's a voltage drop with the electricity at your house. So there's so many different things to consider other than electric car and batteries. Okay. Ain't nobody talking about this stuff in general. But Biden and all these folks, electric cars, battery cars, here's a new deal, and they ain't got some of these little tiny simple bugs figured out yet. But they want to produce more. They want to make more when 95% of all electric cars have been recalled for at least one, if not multiple issues wrong with the Tesla and all the others have all had recalls because the technology, they ain't got the bugs worked out. But let's all buy one. So here is the giant snake oil salesman, Biden. The gas prices are so high. Why are they so high, Dave? Because if they force the gas prices up, then more people want to go to electric cars. You see? And if you buy an electric car, then you're stuck, okay? Because you can't put gas in it, you can't wind it up with a rubber band or nothing. But with a gas car, you have your opportunity to use different types of fuel. You can use hydrogen if you could find it. You could use the water vapor, HO, uh, um, uh, which is basically like a hydrogen car, but less. But you can use propane on vehicles. It's a gas, it ignites. The city buses and places, they all use propane because propane is natural gas pressurized. If they took every sewage treatment plant and turned it into and got methane gas off of it first, and then finished using the waste treatment, the amount of natural gas that is then compressed to make it propane, and then you can run it in your car or truck or whatever. Um, Friends of mine and buses, we already have this technology. We have crap loads of natural gas. So why are we doing batteries and charge stations and everything when we've already got piston engines? We've already got this infrastructure of sorts, and methane is like everywhere. Table scraps, dog poo, kitty litter. I mean, there's grass clippings. It all makes methane at some point, some more than others. So all the hog parlors, all the chicken pens around here that could be, the shit and everything collected and then processed with a methane digester that would produce natural gas to power cars, homes, heat, whatever, right? but ain't nobody doing it, right? So they're selling the snake oil. Is we're all going to move. Hey, Roman, how you doing? We're all going to naturally move to the electric without worrying about the freaky deaky issues they got with some of this stuff. But and that you're sitting on the big battery, oh, but it's safe and everything. Okay. But now you're in an electrical field within an electric car because of all the voltage and the this. And so where a car, gas car, whatever, diesel, um, uh, wait a minute, there's only wires that are going to your speakers and to your tail lights and stuff. And that's about it. You got an alternator on your vehicle about yay big around that's producing, DC power. And so you're not sitting in a giant coil of electricity or whatever. But so electric cars, guess what? You're in an EM field when you get in the damn thing because of all the electronics. You follow? So instead of getting away from being, bombarded with EMF fields, electromagnetic fields, but that so they're going to make the condition worse by adding all these sensors, and then it's only electric, and so they're manipulating us in that. Is it safe? Do we really know? Why is any test being done on people who spend long time in a battery operated car where there's all these electrical connections? Yeah, but it's only DC. So, but it electricity we already know, can affect our auras and our energy fields and so forth. So, but anybody done any test as to what this all electric vehicle is going to do to us? Because of the electric fields and so forth. Just asking. So, but see, they ain't slinging none of that. You know. Well, maybe if you sit on a battery a lot all the time, with all the 600,000 plus miles I've driven, if I'd have driven that in an electric car, would I've had, how much trouble would have cost me? I mean, that little Isuzu engine, hey, ain't nothing, you know, and produce enough horsepower. I've been to Arkansas several times. I've been all over the mountains in Appalachia, from here to there and yonder and back, all over the place, and had very little, knock on wood, trouble. Um, But to say that, you know, if I had an electric vehicle to go 300,000 miles, I'd have had to change them batteries out several times at whatever the cost of the batteries were or are at the time. Where all I had to do was worry about whatever the gas price per gallon was. So I tuned my engine so that it got 30 some 5, 6 miles to the gallon and didn't have an air conditioner, so that saved. And it was just a simple little four banger, but efficient, had enough power for me, got me there and back again, and at very little cost. So cost effective and, good on gas, blah, blah, blah. You ain't gonna get that with these vehicles these days. And the vehicle that I bought was like $9,000 at the time. So plus tax and dealer prep was about 15. So I paid $15,000 with all the tax and dealer prep and interest in on my Isuzu, right? Had a little bit more than that in my Mazda that's out here now that I'm fixing. And I feel confident I'm going to figure it out, getting closer every day. But fixing to drop I got a transmission jack the other day at Harbor Freight when I went into town on Sunday. And so I can drop my fuel tank down and change the fuel pump. And that's coming up in the next few days now that I've got it. Um, but to the point though, um, I'm doing my own work, but it has cost me for the parts, which were exorbitant. Now, if would have had to pay for a mechanic other than myself doing it, OMG. Now I spent $99 on the transmission jack because if I'd have taken it somewhere to have it done or whatever, it'd cost me a whole lot more than $99 to change that fuel pump out. So, in having done it before and knowing that it's not really tricky, but you just have to be patient and do this and that and blah, blah, and you can do it. I've done it, did it, going to do it again here in the next couple of days. But to the point, though, that it didn't show a code. So, there are vehicles out there that there is a percentage. So, written into the code on the vehicle's computer. So, it has to be everything that has a sensor has to in order for it to throw a code for make something to go bad or quit working or whatever, it has to be, let's say, beyond 20%. So if it's 16% off, which if it's supposed to be 100, so you just took a big chunk out of the efficiency of your vehicle because it's this whatever this issue is fluctuating and 20 to 20% off, but it's not enough. It needs 25% off in order to throw the code so you know what's wrong with your vehicle. So they throw this little percentage in there. So your car is running like crap. You take it to somebody. You even buy a machine to look at it yourself, but it's not throwing a code. So if you don't know what you're looking at, the part could be almost bad, but still functioning enough to where if it's 25% bad, that means it's only operating at 75% efficiency. It's supposed to be 100 and it's 25 off. So that ain't running real good, right? So somebody, and you take it to somebody who's a mechanic or whatever. So they say, man, it didn't throw no codes. I don't know what's wrong with your car. So you spend more money, you do these other things, and come to find out that it's going bad, but ain't there yet. But now you got to deal with stuff like I've been dealing with. But my 98 Mazda doesn't have near the sensors that these new ones do, and everything's computerized. So I know I must be dumber than I look because I haven't bought in to this new age cameras in the back kind of stuff. I learned how to back up to get trailers by looking at the trailer and using both of my mirrors. It's really not that hard. And folks are like, oh my God, it's so good. I could use a little camera and I could, well, when I back it up but you don't even have a fucking trailer. You've got to, you use your neighbor's trailer once every 6 months to move something. Oh, but it's really nice when I use it. And so is learning how to learn how to back up, you know. But what if that gizmo goes out? Oh, well, it's real. I'm going to use it. Well, I got it. Yeah, but then what are you going to do? You have forgotten how to back up to hitch up a trailer. You have forgotten how to, parallel park. You have forgotten, so they're making us more stupid. You see, they're dumbing us down to the point where, oh my God, what am I going to do? Throw your hands up and, you know, and cry to Lord Jesus. And he's looking down, going, y'all are on your own on that one. Did you not see that shit coming? you know, meaning, ooh, ooh, electric cars. Okay, listen, electric golf carts are great at the golf course. Okay, electric golf carts are great on the golf course. There are towns in Florida where everybody scoots around on in little electric golf carts. You got to be careful with that mess, right? Um, so not because but the golf carts act like they're cars, and they're still golf carts, okay? Wanting to pull out in traffic and stuff. And, I'm not saying they shouldn't be allowed or whatever, but, for putzing around town, in small communities and neighborhoods, uh, uh, golf carts would serve just as good and maybe even better, quote, than an electric car sedan that's supposed to go 200 miles or whatever and only goes 90. Um, there are several of these that are not being reported correctly under real life mom and pop, driving stuff. There is one video of a guy that gets into an electric car and he starts it up and he drives from the dealer home, which is like under 10 miles, and his battery's already dropped to 80%. Under 10 miles, he drives like 7 or 8 miles to his house. Full charge, leaves the dealer. By the time he gets home, he's lost 20% of his charge in less than 10 miles. Now, what do you do? Well, but it says, yeah, well, but, and the dealer just told me I could go 100 miles. I went 10, and wait a minute, I lost 20%. So if I go another 10 miles and lose another 20%. Now I'm down to 60%. And I've only gone 20 miles. So another 10 miles, another 20%. Now I'm down to 40%. I've only driven 30 miles. And this is what some of these folks are getting. Real life terms, not what the corporation says or whatever. Now, ain't that some serious lying? So the shysters in the politicians, the senators did not pass, at least up to now, the MORE Act, the Marijuana uh, Reorganization Act thing. So they didn't do that. They want to, do away with certain border issues and stuff, and the folks along the Mexican border are getting a little irate. And they should. They really should. And I'm not saying that, I don't think anybody who's walking across the border and seeking asylum or whatever, they should already have reached some kind of letter or something. If somebody comes up to my door, hi, hola, senor. Sí, por favor. Me Mexican. I want to be American. And see, you have property. I'm immigrant. I get some of your land. See, I'm going to move up over here by the. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. So where I live, because you have been given permission because of Title 42 or whatever the one is, and they want to abolish it, which, no, I'm sorry, go home. Come if you're invited. Write me a letter and ask to say, see, senor, I understand you have 18 acres. I am a hardworking, and I am reliable. I go to church on Sundays. See, senor, I would like to come and live with you and help you and give my green card. Okay. And I've known some folks like that, but you're not going to come down my driveway, knock on the door, and say, "Hi, senor, I'm moving in." No, but that's what you're doing. So, yes, the system's broke, but don't show up on my doorstep and then say, well, I get to come in because of some title. No, sorry, go home. Nope, didn't invite you. You didn't get a letter. Sorry, go home. Do it differently. Oh, it's so poor around the rest of the world. Listen, you come to some of the places here, it's so poor. So, no, I'm sorry. You need to use other methods, other whatevers, but no, don't show up at my, front door, back door, and demand me to feed you, clothe you, house you. Where you going to go? Well, senor, you'll have, so much, you got an extra bedroom. I just move in there. Wait a minute, it's my bedroom. Just because there ain't nobody living there don't mean that you, just because you knocked on my door and said, "Si, senor, I get asylum." So what about me? Don't I get asylum from you? Like, shouldn't I be able to say, "Nah, buddy, no, I'm getting an asylum. My property's mine. I'm an American citizen. I was born here. I got a birth certificate. You just cross the line and say now that you can come in and live for whatever, and I got to share with you because you said so, because you showed up when you weren't invited." And where, honestly, is the fairness in that? I mean, just the honor of like, sorry, hey, this TV's occupied. Oh, so big deal. You know, me move in anyway. Come on, kids. And a whole nother family moves into your wigwam or your teepee. What? Were you invited? No, you just opened up the flat and said, "Come on in." You got enough room. We'll make room. Well, you weren't asked. You told me you're coming and you are going to move in with me. There's going to be a little bit of argument and dissension, and you know what I mean? So that's what's going on. So, see, there's a bill of goods, snake oil, they're trying to sell us, in that all these people have these free rights. Yeah, until they get to our border, you know, then their rights change. Because if they aren't American or have their card or whatever, because of our legal laws and rules, then you're not an American. You're not part of it. You're on a trial basis at best. So then what do? You go and beg for food and housing off the Social Security because it comes out of Social Security. So they're taking my pension of $500 a month. I should be getting more to feed Mexicans and people who cross the border because they're said it's okay, through some title that they allow so many to come in, and then they're set down. I can't get the benefits that I paid for by having them take Social Security out for me for my entire life. These folks ain't been here but a day and they're already set up. Wait, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. They want to come into the country, do like they did when we left in Vietnam. There were sponsors. The Chinese have a thing now, that there are Chinese restaurants and things and places around where they sponsor someone, a family member from wherever they are, to come over and work for a year or two. They help them, get a car. They help them do this. They work for at the local restaurant or whatever. And Mexicans, they do a similar thing, but not to become a citizen. They do everything to avoid the law. But the Chinese seem to, I want to become a citizen. I'm not go back to China. No, no, no. I'm American. So they want to learn to speak English. They want to learn. They want to become, because Mexicans, they don't have to swim across the ocean to get here. You know what I mean? So Chinese, they got to figure all kinds of ways to get into the country, right? You just don't walk like Mexicans do, but they got to swim, okay, or fly or whatever. But to the point though, so the Chinese that come over, a lot of them are sponsored by Chinese already here. Now, what's wrong with that? A lot better, because they already have a support group that's going to back them when they get here, right? Same thing with in the Thailand and South Vietnam. They had sponsors, so you could come to America but Americans would pay for the ticket, whatever, and they would be responsible. Fine. There are people here in the United States with enough money to sponsor a family of Mexicans, but the rules then would apply. You're supposed to get a green card. You're supposed to, learn certain things. You got to learn English. Sorry, but this Spanish, Mexican, whatever it is you be talking to me about ain't working. You got to be able to have a certain level of language skills. If you're speaking your native language and it ain't mine, then you need to learn mine. Sorry, I don't need to learn yours. You need to learn mine. So now I've known people who help on both sides. Mexicans, um, wonderful people, hardworking, all the above. But the system is so messed up in the United States that they can't. And the Mexican sponsors here are greedy, quite frankly. They bitch about the coyotes, in the desert who drop the folks off and then leave them in odd places or overcharge or steal the children and rape the women and then sell them. And I mean, and that's like going on all the time. But the Mexicans ain't quite that bad, but you know, for them to live here, the local guys have, the managers of these Mexican restaurants around, the managers will have a house and they rent the house, to the current refugees from Mexico who end up going back for 6 months and then crossing the border again. And I've talked about this, but they don't want to become citizens per se. They're Mexican. Now there are those who do, but the system is so messed up that it makes it almost impossible to comply. So what does that mean? We've got ICE patrols all around South Georgia looking for undocumented Mexicans. And they've got an app that they hit the buzzer and all their friends get it. It says, the fuzz is on the way and they all scatter. So they get warned. Very few times do ICE actually make arrests around here because they're forewarned by their friends and relatives and whatever. So we're being sold on that one, and that's people here in the community already made it across the border. But at least these folks are trying to fit in. They spend a lot of their money locally. Uh, you know, they do provide services, hardworking, but they have taken some jobs away from white people because you can buy two Mexicans for the price of one decent white carpenter or black carpenter even. Two Mexicans for the price of one. You know, $20 an hour, and they only get one carpenter. They pay $20 an hour and 10 to each one of these Mexicans and get twice as much work done, whether it's as good or whatever. But, that's how I got priced out of the market, along with a lot of other people down here. And it's still going on, so, well, where are the white people that'll do the jobs? They got priced out of it and had to get jobs someplace else. That's why they can't work for themselves anymore because you wean the market down so much that the Mexicans are here and there's 20 of them living in a car out back in the woods and they're happy as owl shit because they ain't in Mexico. Um, but at the same time and place with some of this stuff, then, but you and me, we got to pay rent. We're the white folk, we got to pay our taxes. We got to do our this and that. And it costs us money where they're living in an old trailer with no electricity and there's 15 of them taking shifts, sleeping in bunk beds and stuff and whatever. That really happens around here. So they're saving up their money, but where, American folk don't want to live like that. So they try their best to do better, but the big man who's making the money, got to pay it out. he's going to buy two Mexicans before he buys one, finished carpenter. So, but anyway, so we're being sold on that one. Oh, all these workers and all this stuff. And, business is booming. Yeah, it's booming for the Mexicans. It ain't booming for the white guys because you can buy two Mexicans for the price of one. That's my point. So that's a scam. And it's in plumbing, it's in all kinds of areas of fix it, landscaping, house building, construction work. So, the scam is, building a better America with Mexican labor. Okay. But here's the thing. Um, America was built with um, immigrants. Absolutely. Folks that came in legally through Ellis Island and whatever. And, they worked their butt off to stay. They worked jobs. Their wives, husbands, kids, whatever, worked their tail off to become Americans, not just to come to America. Mexicans want to come to America, but they don't want to become Americans. All right. A big percentage just don't. So now, how do you fix that? Europeans, Germans, Russians, the Jews, the Irish, everybody that came over for whatever reason, they came over to work hard. Chinese labor came over, built railroads out west and up and down the coast, and and the fishing industries and salmon and that, just all the stuff. A lot of Chinese labor, that came over had to swim across versus walk. So their attitude has been different. They feel more like a part of this country versus Mexicans just want to come and work and play and whatever. So there's less honor in it, if you know what I mean. So I'd take a Chinese over a Mexican as far as them defending the homeland because they can't swim back to China and all the other issues with China. So they don't really want to go back. So they're going to fight for America, where the Mexicans go, hey, wait, I'm going home. If I have to walk back, wait, I'll just go up to the border and they'll deport me. Hey, I want to go home. Okay, get here. We got a bus leaving in about 20 minutes. You know, air conditioning and all will feed you. Give you a new cell phone and oh my God. So there's a lot of snake oil out there on so many levels. So we shouldn't worry about it because, in a way, there's not many things we can do with these superstructures of things except not comply when we can or tell other people, hey, do you really think this is right about this? Um, and ain't they trying to like fudge us and fool us again, and they want to take more of our money and oh, carbon tax and global warming. Please, my friend, if you have bought into that, it's stupid. It just is stupid. Okay, sorry, it's stupid. You know, we need carbon dioxide and stuff in the atmosphere, and smog is way down, and these other things are way down, and no, a carbon tax for the planet. No, maybe a carbon tax for certain industries that, um, send lots of pollutants into the air. Absolutely. And they have new types of filters and scrubbers for the chimneys. I've talked about this before too. They've got new chemicals that they can like burn as the smoke is going up the chimney. They set it on fire with by adding, I'm just going to say sulfur. And um, not saying they do use sulfur, but to the point though, so they're burning up these unburnt particles within the smoke in the smokestack. So they fired up again by spraying like a little bit of gas on it or something, for example. And so it's already smoke going up this chimney, and then they hit it with, some flame, and the chimney just, and it burns even more of the particles that are contained in the smoke. So it's really clean by the time it gets to the top of the smokestack and whatever it is. So they've made great inroads in filtering things that all this smoke, that some of that black smoke is like black smoke. Some of it is just heat. And, it's more white and billowy, and that's a lot more like steam or issues like that. But here's the thing, we can control those things. If the only way to vent something is with some kind of chimney, then everybody needs to get together and figure out how to make sure that a lot of stuff ain't going up the chimney. That's why they're getting rid of all the coal-fired plants, right? Well, when the you quit putting coal in them plants and you try to use some kind of nuclear or something, when it goes down and you ain't got nothing to feed it, then what you gonna give them 110,000 people that live 9 miles up the road, you know, when they all lose electricity because y'all switched, a coal fired plant. Um, if you didn't have any coal, you could burn wood in it because it's about heat. It's about, putting something in there that will burn, creates the heat, that creates the steam, that moves the turbines. Okie doke. Not really complicated. But if you turn it all into a nuclear device, then you have no other choice. There's nothing else you can burn in that plant to produce the steam necessary to turn, you know, just saying. So if the planet goes down and whatever, there are ways to safely save ourselves. So is it Armageddon? Well, when the lights go out and there's no real quick fix to some of these things, or they claim they can't because there is an oil shortage because of the Russian. That ain't true. So watch what they peddle and keep an eye on it because it does affect you and me as to what other people are thinking about this. And if we can call it like it is, and this is, there's so many more levels, and I've been at this for almost 3 hours, which is longer than I thought I could get. But I think we should be proud that we're in the last days of stupidity because they keep making me look more stupid than I actually am, but they think I'm more stupid because they think somehow I've agreed to some of this stuff because I'm not somewhere protesting, but I am protesting. I'm not going along with their agenda. Um, I have to, quote, submit to certain laws and tactics and things, but it ain't like, you know, uh, some of these other countries with there's not a gun being pointed to my head at the moment. But the idea, though, that we still are pretty much free human beings in the United States, at least, we can control our destinies. And when the government tries to take over and do things, we can fight them or we can go somewhere else where you don't have to fight them, still in America. So there are places, that are trying to help each other more. Certain things going on in Florida, I think, is very good. I mean, seniors have been moving to the Tampa, St. Pete, you know, Fort Myers, Sarasota area for a long time. Kearney's, winter quarter in Florida, at least a lot of them did. Not sure now, but still, Carnies and circuses, Ringling Brothers, their home spot is in Florida. One of them anyway. So, but people live in different places for whatever those reasons are. But now, swampland is X amount of so much money, and then it's going to cost you so much to build it and resources. But some of these communities, the old people take care of each other. And that's a good thing because it keeps them out of, nursing homes and extended care facilities and things. And so, my aunt lives in a small community like that. It's just a small neighborhood, but they check on each other. But you got to be 55 or 60 to live in this trailer park. It's for elderly folk only. And so you can't have, now they do have grandkids. We as grandkids, would go to visit my aunt and the little nephews and nieces that are little kids and running around through the park, but they don't stay there. You know, they don't live there. So this idea that there are communities like that, and if you choose to live there, then by all means do so. But it means that elderly folk can continue to meet with each other and still, be in their own surroundings, their own little trailer park thingies. It's a really nice little trailer park. And they look like little homes. It's not your standard, you know, pull behind your pickup truck mobile home kind of thing. But to my point, so there are communities and things that we already do that help the individual out. Maybe not as much as could be done, like some of these places should have staff on hand because you got to be elderly to live in this community. So wouldn't you have like, there should be like a good nurse on staff 24 hours a day, you know, um, just in case. Um, and for the safety of the folks in the neighborhood, or they need a little assistance with their medicine, or maybe somebody needs an insulin shot or something, or just whatever. And so that keep these people out of the hospital, keep them out of other facilities, and allow them to stay home. So, there was, I don't know, like 90 different spots in this one trailer park. So there are 90 people, some with husband wife combinations. So there's 90 plus people. So around 125 to 30 average. So there's enough money that's made by helping these folks stay home. Yeah, they pay lot rent and there are certain amenities, but not a lot. It's just a quiet little, you know, um, and a nice updated trailer park with nice looking little house type dealies. Okay. The roads are clean and paved. It's not some kind of dirt road kind of thing. And everybody's got a porch, everybody's got a little backyard, and they all have a common area with a little putt putt golf outside and a decent sized swimming pool and a rec room with table tennis and pool tables and card games and stuff like that, right? So an easy walking distance to anybody in the community. Now, this isn't some kind of high grand, you know, super duper thing. It's just what is available if you live in this trailer park, right? So here's the thing. So that's helping our neighbors and it's all in the good, but they're not trying to promote it. Everybody's got to make an extra dime. Everybody's got to do something else. Everybody's got to get a little more than maybe what their fair share is. But at the same time, there are people who own the park who visit once every 3 to 6 months just to see that everything's still there and do an inventory. But they don't work there, they don't live there, they don't participate there. So, but they're making money off the deal. Otherwise, they wouldn't own it, right? So they're making money off of it, and but the people who actually work and do the stuff at the park are making minimum wage. So they're not making much money, but they're content to have a job. So the person who's making all the money and can travel around and and be their own boss and all that, guess what? They could pay their employees better, um, because everything is taken care of. And if and I'm sure that Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida, and I'm just using them as the example, there is no state income tax. There are state taxes, of course, but the elderly, because there's a bunch of them down there, you give them breaks in certain places. So the guy that's got 90 trailers, um, to help the elderly, because you have to be a certain age to get in. So with that said, then um, it's a very unique niche in society. Um, in parts around Dade City, in what I would consider the old Florida. You know, big oak trees with the moss hanging down, and a for real on a golf course, and little putt putt and outside activities and stuff. But to the point. And my aunt lives in a similar one now. Now my pops has been dead quite a few years now, but to the point though, he loved his little spot there, and he liked the people, most of them in the trailer parks. And some of them folks would go north during the summertime and then come back down, in late August into September and spend the. You get royalty from some what? But to the point though, so um, people are talking about elder care. Well, there's elder care, and then there's putting folks in nursing homes. And if elder care were done correctly, there could be a nurse that comes to this community, is part of the community, and maybe she's semi-retired or something as a nurse, or practitioner or something, been in the field. And so goes around on the golf cart checking on those 90 patients throughout the day. And two or three of them live side by side, and they get together in the evenings and play cards. So she goes over and brings her little stethoscope and her little blood pressure machine. And how you doing tonight, Mr. Johnson? You doing okay? Yeah, we only played 9 rounds of golf today and feeling a little slow. Well, let me check your air pressure for you. Air pressure, your blood pressure for you. But so I mean, so instead of folks having to go back and forth to a doctor, the nurse on charge is for there for emergencies, and Johnny on the spot. Somebody's starting to have a heart attack or something. It's going to take them 10 minutes, 15 or 20 minutes for the ambulance to get there. Here's a trained nurse who has access to the hospital, who has access to certain, because of patients' needs. So they don't have to go to the hospital. They don't have to move into a nursing home, but they have this extra convenience of a nurse on staff or something, um, in case one of these 150 type people have an incident. And because they're elder age, they're more likely to have something happen, right? So ain't nobody talking about that. And it's simple solutions. There's a lot of space for it. There's a lot of incentive for it to keep people out of nursing homes because those facilities, there are folks who live there for years, and there are some folks that will just kill right away. And they're high maintenance, high upkeep. There's no real privacy for patients and so forth. They have to live in a hospital socialized setting that doesn't give them, I mean, even when they go in their room and close the door, they can't have it closed for too long, except it lights out kind of thing. I mean, it just, God forbid you say, Dave, you got to go into a nursing home. I'd go, nah, you leave me down here in the swamp. I'm sorry. I am not going to have to. I do not want to have to do that at the end of my life. I really don't. So, but there are folks talking about elder care, but they're talking about a facility where everybody gets housed in a big hospital. I've I've done puppet shows and things with nursing homes and different types and stuff, and some of them really nice, but to have to go live like that, nah. What 150 other people in the same dining room, you do shifts. I'm sorry, that just it seems like a prison to me, honestly. So I trade food with my neighbors. Yep. Oh, and since you brought that up, you grow. Their stuff grows wild. I want to tell you after talking about the blueberries earlier here. I'm on my place. I want to just mention this. You might have something growing on your place, and that's wonderful. I mean it sincerely. But note this: it takes time and energy to forage for food. Okay, and it takes energy. Well, I get you on that one, Scratch, being the old slow, maintenance man. Me too. And there are places like for the summertime, if you were set up for it, there are um, um, camp counselors, camp hosts in national forest, in state forest, and in private places too, that you can live on the spot for free. Lot rent, electricity, whatever. If you clean the toilets, make sure there's toilet paper, and so it's fun to go out and go forage for my blueberries and stuff. But when you look at the time that it actually takes, that's why when I was talking about blueberries earlier, don't bitch about price of blueberries. Just don't, because they're pretty intense as far as having to work on them. Oh, you don't eat meat for one? Um, if you had, if you shooting cheese, then you could. I got it. I was thinking, you could have Swiss cheese simply by shooting holes in it with a BB gun. But anyway, so it's been 3 hours and 3 minutes, and it's 3:20 a.m. in the morning time. Yeah, I need to replace some of my roof as well, Steve. But I can't get nobody to come down here and work on my place without charging me $100 an hour. So screw that. I'll do it myself at 70. I bet 69 and three quarters. So happy 20. I'm not as good with heights as I used to be either, Scratch, but I'm going to get over it or kill myself one. Ooh, that was a good one, y'all. So, as I continue to say, and being repetitious, probably I know, you know, um, For those of you who know who Dante is, he hasn't been on much, and because of certain things, and they're at war. We're at war. And one of the recent videos that was really short was, Anthony Hopkins and his little speech about believe, 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 believe. And that is just, I can't express about that enough. Um, you know, there are many times why I keep wanting to give up on certain things. Man, we just did all this work. We got piles of, wood and brush and things I need to burn, and I need to do some more planting in it. And oh my God, I ain't going as fast as I used to could, right? But I am getting stuff done. So it might be the end of summer by the time I finish this dead gum reworking this rock garden out here. But I'm working on it. So I have thrown potatoes in along the yard out there that had eyes on them because I didn't need them soon enough, right? So I put them in the ground, and after a couple of months, and that they've been watered naturally and whatever, and I pulled a few weeds out, and I got a nice batch of, the red potatoes, the new potatoes, out of this little section of what was a flower bed at one time, because I just had taters with eyes that I just cut up. So I maybe had 10 potatoes, maybe, that you couldn't eat because the eyes on them. And I cut them in half and planted them out there, kind of sort of willy nilly, little, literally little short rows. And I'm digging taters. And there's still some out there. And some of the taters that I got that do have eyes on them from the ones I had in the refrigerator, I'm going to take them out and put them back in the ground. you know so this little area, this little plot of land that I want to keep cleared up because the weeds want to overtake it. So why not put something in there I can eat, right? Taters. And if they're um already growing eyes on them, then okay, cut that little puppy off and stick them out there in the flower bed, and it's growing taters for me. So folks are using barrels and buckets and all that. And I say, go for it. Really, go for it. Because, the simple things that you can do, like throw some potatoes in a flower bed, and they grow up in neighborhood. What's that? Oh, it's my tomato plants, my potato plants. It's a new plant. Yeah. It's called Idaho Red, and it's a potato. So, when they're done, then you can dig them up and eat them. Okay, so they have different kinds of fancy cauliflower and collards and stuff that they use as ornamentals. And but the thing is, you can eat them. Different kinds of lettuce and whatever look really good in a decorative garden. Okay, so there are some neighborhoods who say, you can't have a vegetable garden. Okay, fine, but you can have flower gardens and whatever, as long as they meet whatever thingy. But the thing is that so those folks who are vegetarians are planting. Um, Lettuces and cauliflowers and things, and presenting them in flower bed type situations. But when they're done, they get to eat them, you know. So where there's a will, there's a way. But if you don't try it at all, then you ain't got nothing, right? So it's a lot of it's in the trying. And I know that my patience has been tried recently, um, because old age and not being able to do like what I'd like, and my stamina is way down, but I'm still here. So younger folks who've got that spit and spinach and can go out. Oh, cutting the cheese. And from a boxer too, huh? Never mind. But so anyway, but it's also people's attitudes. Last week I talked about, the rise and fall of the no, um, fear and loathing on planet Earth. And they keep finding stuff to just say, well, you must be stupid because you don't get what I'm talking about. Okay, I don't understand why you're allowing these people to come in across the border at all under any circumstances. Y'all don't have a plan, and the one you got is kind of flawed. So things just aren't the same as they were, in my lifetime and all that. Oh yeah, well you got to, move up to the times. Well, here's the thing. Back then, it seemed like it was a lot more simple than it is now. So with all this electronic gadgets, then why is it harder to get along? It's almost like computers are going to make our lives easy. And all it did was make us more confused and more dependent on other things. And now your car's got a computer. You can talk to Alexa, who's a little shady, Um, or now there was something that I saw that you can choose the voice. Oh, it's got a thing on my cell phone. You can choose, it's a guy that can do it. You can choose the kind of voice you want to hear come from your cell phone or whatever the device. And I'm like, do I really have to choose what they sound? I mean, oil mom so many times, and you're going, how you talk? Wait a minute, what? But it's English. I know, si, senor, and they keep changing accents or whatever. But anyway, um, so we've got all this goofy, oh, it's cool. Some of it's really cool, but some of it is just stupid nonsense. People playing this game, oh, because it's fun. I really like it. What are you doing? Well, I'm racking up, lotto points. Really? Is there money involved? Well, no, but it's still fun. Okay. Well, put it down. It's time to eat supper. Now, you go ahead. I'll eat later. And can't put these are the adults. They're worse than the kids. Some of the kids nowadays don't want to be on the phone all the time. All they want to do is use it. As, guess what? They want to use their phone as a phone and to send pictures and text messages, but as a communication device, not a toy. I'm very proud of some of these youngsters. Maybe some of these youngsters that are, under 14 ish are having a realization that mom and dad never talk to each other. They're always looking at the cell phone. And and they're like already see, like, well, okay, but they use it, but then they're done. They want to put it down. They want to go do something or something. Or maybe just talk on the phone versus, play a game or whatever. So I'm encouraged that then whatever the next generation is that's coming up, that these kids, and some of them are so damn confused. Am I a cisgen something? What does that mean? Well, I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. Okie dokie. You got a dangler? Yes or no? Well, there's something down there that I can grab a hold to. There ain't no holes or nothing. Okay, then you must be what they used to call a guy, a boy. Okay, but we'll leave it instead of a guy, a male, a dangler, if you will. All right. Versus the hole in one, and it used to be that hole where you put one, but now there's so many different holes that folks are using these days. You don't know which that hole might that be. Anyway, I'm sorry, but it's the dang truth. There was this joke, and it's not too bad, but it's a dirty joke, but not too bad. So this trucker is driving cross country. Man, he'd been on the road for days, and he's single, and he misses his girlfriend. So he ain't had no nookie in a couple of days, and he's starting to feel a little like, man, I need to get me some. So he goes to this known truck stop that has a known cat house around the back, right? So he's getting his truck serviced, and he decides to get himself serviced. So he goes into Granny's joint, right? Now there Granny is sitting in the back. She's an old crotchety thing, but she had been at this for a long time, right? And so he goes up and he goes, well, Granny, how you doing? She goes, not bad, Sonny. How you today? And he said, well, Granny, you know, I need to stop by because, and she goes, well, all my girls are busy now. And some are getting off soon. And well, Granny, I really would. She goes, well, I'll tell you what, I got a glass eye in one eye, and I'm too old to do anything else, but you can put your thing right there in my eye. And the trucker looks at her and goes, Granny, my God, that sounds horrible. She goes, well, take it or leave it. And she puts the glass eye back in, right? So he's waiting on his truck, and it's going to be another hour or so. And for some reason, he's like, got all of a sudden like double horny. And nah, man, he's thinking about Granny's eye. And he goes, well, maybe in the dark it's okay. And so he goes back and he goes, Granny's take you up on it. She goes, all right, sonny. And she go on back in there, and I'll be with you in a minute. So he goes into the room, and she comes in and rests herself, turns off the light, and she obviously takes out her glass eye, and all of a sudden he's getting this like he's being pleasured like he ain't never been pleasured before. And he was like, oh my God, Granny, that is great. So when they concluded their business there, um, he's like, man, Granny, he says, I think I'm going to stop by here on my way back through. And she waves a little hand and she goes, well, I'll be seeing you, honey. I'll keep my eye out for you. But a long story for a short little punchline. All right, Sonny. I keep my eye out for you. So anyway, in in the universe today, there are there are times when I just gotta go, huh? I wonder what's up. Is this one of them granny jokes? Plumbing is one. You're in Kansas, right, Steve? Where the ruby slippers came from. Never mind. But anyway, let's pass the 20 mark, and at three something. What is it? I can't see that far down. Well, I have to leave you all fine folks after 3 hours and 19 minutes. Okay, it's almost 3 hours and 20 minutes, and it's 25 or 30. My glasses are over there. But Anyway, just wanted to hang out with y'all and share some things. But in my spirit guide angel folks, um, it seems like they've been giving me these rather off the wall kind of topics, like this one tonight or this morning. And but as I've been going over it, I'm like, there are so many layers of these things that were being sold. There's so many layers of things that we need to understand, and or they think, or society thinks it's important for us to understand. When the Dante video the other day, Aliens or Plus or whatever it's called now, um, is to believe, 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 believe. So here's the thing. I pulled the deer card tonight, and the story of deer is that she was going up to see um, the Great Spirit, the Great Creator, on Sacred Mountain, and so Fawn's walking up the mountain, but on this mountain is this biggest, meanest, nastiest, ugliest demon that you've ever seen or heard of in your life, and to try to keep people from reaching the Creator by going up Sacred Mountain, by making that journey. So Lamb was like, "Excuse me, you're in my way. I'm on my way up Sacred Mountain to see the Creator." And the demon is screaming and farting and hissing and blowing smoke and fire. And Fawn's just like, just standing there. And the innocence and the gentleness of Fawn melted the demon's heart to where it just shrunk down to the size of a walnut. And deer walked right on up the path to Sacred Mountain, in order to speak and be with the great Creator. So, in a way, it's the story of Jesus, who says, "I am the way." Whatever demons or whatever, I'm, um, once deer made it past the demon, deer proves that the road is clear to the top of Sacred Mountain, where lies the Creator. So, ain't that like Jesus dying for our sins and we all get to go to heaven now, kind of thing? You know what I mean? So, deer in that, to me, is a similarity. So, because of deer's gentleness, though, rather than dying, but she faced the ugliest of all demons, and with her gentleness conquered the demon, and now the road is clear from fear of the demon in order to reach the top of Sacred Mountain, right? Now, Sacred Mountain is whatever you want it to be. It could be an actual mountain, or it could be the mountain is the journey of your life, and you can make it as steep a climb or as a gradual. You can make it as high or short as you want or need or whatever, in the imagination understanding of this mountain of life that you travel, that you climb or whatever, conquer, how you want to look at it. So, but with that said, that the path is open to us if you believe, 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 believe. So, Fawn believed so strongly that she just won the heart of the demon, and now the road's clear for all of us. Now, if you are fearful that the demon's there and you're trying to go up Sacred Mountain, and well, but there might be a demon around the curves. Yeah, but deer's already walked here. Yeah, but that he could have come back. So, there are people who, like rabbit, call fear to them. So, and I pulled a rabbit card not too long ago also, for someone, but in that, the rabbit sign. So here's deer who's meek and mild and goes on up the hill, conquers the demon with gentleness and kindness. And then here's rabbit trying to go up the same trail. Deer's already climbed it, but because rabbit calls fear, then hawk shows up, then eagle shows up, and then panther shows up. Mountain lion, because it's a mountain, is hanging around the mountain too. So where it ain't a demon that's going to eat the rabbit, it's going to be fear of these other things and maybe another critter. Because rabbit, same path, same journey, same top of the hill. Um, but there's no demon. But because rabbit calls fear, it imagines there's a demon. But in doing so, it's squealing so hard that all the other critters that would like to eat it show up. So it calls fear. So for those folks that I've noticed in one of the spiels, there's still some shills out there in this new age stuff. And it's almost like, well, of course this works, and of course it's good, and I use it, and if you don't, then then you just don't get it. Well, wait a minute. I'm 69 and three quarters, and I don't get it. And I've tried some crazy shit in my lifetime, but if I don't agree with this or that or something in my lifetime, in my experience, then I guess I'm dumber than I look. And I'm disappointed with some of these folks because I thought they were better than that. And like, wait a minute. Well, you got to do it like if you don't have dandelions or if you don't have wild lettuce. I mean, whatever it is, okay. Or there's some folks who are like, if you have to do colloidal silver. Well, I don't. I did. I have, but I don't now. But I'm still alive. I'm still getting by. Oh, well, you could do better. Could I? Is it going to cure my broken back? I mean, literally, no offense, but I got a lot of faith. But there's just some things that, like at my age, is going to be difficult to repair. Now, I have had lots of progress with my knee, and I'm grateful. My back is a different issue. I'm still walking, not too good sometimes, but in that what's being peddled by, there's like a new group of new agers. And I don't mean to be mean to anybody. And if you think you're one of them, all I'm going to say, then maybe you feel guilty about it, but that's all. I'm not necessarily talking about you or whatever, but it's there are folks who I'm going to talk about for a minute about organite. Oh, it's this and it helps with that and stuff. And listen, it's an invented thing. There are people who are mixing different compounds and metals and stuff when they really don't understand the properties of some of these metals and how they're mixing them together. I have had this conversation where somebody, made a coil with copper, and this is going to take the energy and do this. And I said, well, not if you're following your own rules. The way you have the copper wound is that you're not going to ground it, you're going to send it up. Well, no, 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 it's pointing down. No, it's the way you're looking at it. And and you need to look at the ends of the wire and where you started your coil. If you coil, well, it's clockwise. Yeah, but when you get to the top, it's counterclockwise. So now what you think the energy is going this way, it ain't really. It's going the other way because you have wound it clockwise, but when you look at the top and the energy, it's actually going the opposite direction. So folks, well, I bet I don't care about that. I'm making coils and I'm doing this and I'm putting crystals in there. And but yeah, well, but I'm listening to you, but it sounds like you're about, you know, you understand this much about the connection of the spirit because I was instructed by my spirit guides to don't do it because of the different reactions. And having grown up as a machinist and in machine shops and, production lines and all, there are certain metals you don't put together. And there are folks out there sprinkling in aluminum with brass pieces, and they're throwing this in there and that, and they ain't got a clue what the action reaction of these different metals. And they're putting it in organite and they're calling it organite and all this. And they got a coil of stuff and this and that. They've thrown a crystal in there. Did they ask the crystal if it wanted to be encased? Did they ask, did they, the spiral that they think they're doing, do they understand the other prospect? If you want it to act this way, then you must start out counterclockwise to get your effect. Yes, you can do it, but you're not looking at this other dimension. And you got to. Oh, no, and what I do is so there are folks out there who are not listening to the universe. They're not connecting with the universe because the universe would have explained this to them and they don't even get the concept. I show it to them. I've discussed it with other people, and people, oh, that's just they just keep going on with what they're doing, and handing them out and selling them, and I'm like, okie dokie, you know. I was making um, jewelry and things, and I was instructed you have to be careful where you start your spiral. Spirals are good, okay, but if your intent and you're going one way, actually when you get to the end and when and the you're it's actually working opposite. And so when you understand this concept, then as you're making the jewelry, sometimes when I go, well, I want it to go like this. So I start out and I go, nah, I need to wind this backwards. But when you get done with it, it's actually the direction you want it to be in. Oh, but this is too heavy and too hard for folk to understand about. Uh, but Susie, Chloe, did I say hi to everybody? But anyway, so with this organite, um, there are some folks who do not comprehend this at all and continue to sell, quote, well, this is going to be good for you and it's going to channel energy this way when they're still doing it the same deadgum way. They haven't altered the way they put the spirals. I'm very curious as if they've asked crystal to be encased in this epoxy because if you do that to anything, you limit its properties. Crystals want to grow and have and touch air. So you put them in this epoxy solution and did you ask it if it wanted to live in there forever like that and never have air touch it? Never have I'm just saying. So there are people who are thinking with these good intentions, but there's more to it to what they're mixing together. And I just want to continue to caution people, but they ain't gonna listen to me. because it's so cool and it looks good. And, oh, I get really good vibes off this. Okay, maybe you do. But do you understand the long term effects that, um, especially um, dissimilar metals will set up a charge? Brass and aluminum do not get along. Brass and I've seen people put, you know, r- you know, regular, carbon steel, shavings in with it, and um, the aluminum will rust in the presence of the steel, and the steel will rust. And people say, "Well, aluminum don't rust." Oh, yes, it will. And so you've got does do the people who are making these things understand any of this? Where you could use the steel, not a problem. But why are you what's the purpose behind the steel? Well, everybody else is doing it. No, but why would you want to use tiny little metal shavings? What would be the purpose of that in this pyramid type thing that you're making? That's going to point up like this. Explain to me, please, why are you using metal shavings? Not, I got my own thing, but tell me yours. Well, it looks cool. Everybody else is doing, but what is the function of them in your energy thing with this? Well, I don't know. When I mix some perhaps I know, but why? Well, and then you embed a coil with that, okay? And do you know which way the energy is flowing up this piece of wire or down this piece of wire? Do you? Yeah, right. So I'm not saying folks shouldn't make the stuff, but they just think they can just throw any of this shit together and then sell it as this great, it's organite and I made it and it's going to do this. Are you sure they're matey? Because there's been some pieces that myself and I found out later on this other person was like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad you said something because I got the same thing when I picked it up." And I was like, "Oh, really? Well, why didn't you say something to me?" Because there was some person who was like, "Oh, this thing right here is going to heal everything and it's an organite thing and it's an organite blah blah, blah and it's organite." And I was like, I was having trouble holding it. And when they left it with me, I kind of like set it down away from me rather than next to me. And so I'd given it to somebody else that come to visit, and I said, "Here, here's this piece, blah 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 blah." And they were like, "Oh, well, that's cool." And they kind of held it around the edges, wouldn't put it in their palm, and I watched with intrigue as they handled this piece and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty neat and everything." And I said, "Then, so why was you so jumpy? And why'd you put it down like right away? And you didn't hold it?" Well, it's okay. And tried to fluff it off. And I was like, "Nah, come on, tell me the truth." you know. Um, and then somebody else was here. I didn't say anything about it. It was just sitting there and they picked it up. And they were holding it and looking at it. And they were like, hmm. And it was like, and put it down, but put it down differently than the way I had it here in the house. So then the question came up later on. It was like I had the strangest feeling, and then when I went to put it down, it like told me I needed to turn it, which they were very intent with. Well, I put it down. No, and it wasn't the way that it was that I had put it down in the window, which was okay. There wasn't anything wrong with what this person did, but that they felt it. And they were like, I don't know about that. It looks pretty and everything. And I was like, no, but how did it feel? It felt really weird. It was like an opposite of something. That was how it was described. So there are people making organite just with their intentions is not enough. because they're combining different things with different shapes and coils, and they don't have enough information. If they wanted to make something just look pretty, then okay, now why metal shavings? Why is somebody, there are some folks who are using oh man, steel wool. Why would you use steel wool? It's got spun um, and uh, spun steel basically and into a scrub pad, and they will rust. Okay, so but why? Does it look cool? What is its function? And I would tell folks, and if they can't give you an answer, if you don't know why you're using it, then what are you putting it in there? Okay, and that should be a warning. For me, it would be like a filter. So I'd put a layer of like gravel on the bottom. And then, I might not actually have a crystal, or there might be, brass shavings on the bottom with a layer between the aluminum. So the aluminum and the steel could be in the organite, but not necessarily touching it. Okay, so how people approach mixing these different things together, so they could still act as a type of filter, like a charcoal filter in a cigarette or whatever, right? So that you've got these layers, and it's sort of like in a catalytic converter in a car or truck. It goes through, and these particles get stuck to the honeycomb within the converter, and then it's supposed to burn it and whatever. Okay, um so there's a reason for it. But some of these other things, just like, are you serious? Do you really know why you're mixing these things? And they were just confident that they knew, and it was to do this. But okay, I can see that, because I have just been inspired to do something a certain way, or mix this with that or whatever. But if I'm going to give a piece of organite away, or a piece of jewelry, I want to check with them about their polarity. Are they like, are things more clockwise to them? Or like for me as a Heyoki, there are a lot of things that I do that to other folks is backwards. I'm when I was observed several times by different people in doing ceremonial dance. So my shaman medicine teacher to me, when I was doing this ceremony that I had put together, he wanted to see how I did it. So he observed from different angles, listened, watched, and then when I was through, gave me critiques. Okay. So one of his first questions out of the block was like, why did you go backwards? And I went, what? He goes, why did you go counterclockwise around the fire and doing and I said, because that's why they wanted me to go. And he goes, good answer. He goes, but most of us, because we've been taught, only go clockwise. And I was like, what? And he goes, but you being the Heoki, you aren't necessarily the negative side of things, but you are the mirror or the reverse side of things. So sometimes energy needs to go counterclockwise to get a clockwise motion going. It's like starting an engine. And anyway, in my brain, my folks have tried to explain it over the years, but as from my teacher's point of view, it's like, so, the spirits told you to go counterclockwise. And it was like, yeah, somehow to get something stirred up right or whatever it was. But I had to go lefty rather than righty, Um, so, which was interesting. So I've come to accept for myself over the years because of whatever my feeling is of certain areas or things, because I don't always go left. There are times when it doesn't feel right to go left. And then there are times it feels like you start out right, and then about halfway through the drum, you stop and you finish it, you know, counterclock. And so I don't overthink it. I just allow it to happen. But have noticed is like, and I won't know it until later, but it'd be like almost in the middle of how long the song or the drum is. It'd be like, whoa, dude, did my brain calculate that shit? Or, so it's the connection to the higher self or whatever. So we have to be careful. And um, the the road up Sacred Mountain is already clear of the demon because deer, fawn, walked up it with gentleness and kindness. And so it's open to all of us. That's like the key to heaven. That's like Jesus dying on the cross and we're all saved. A whole lot less bloody, I might add. So I love this story of deer and what it means. And it should be a reminder to all of us that, hey, even in these native traditions, when fear overcomes us in whatever way, shape, or form, when fear overcomes us, it keeps us from really being able to communicate with stuff around you because stuff around you will feel it. And some critters will run, and sometimes that, and I don't mean negative, but it will be opposite. So it'll be um, clockwise or counterclockwise. What are y'all talking about? Crystals get real warm when you handle them. Those stones get real warm when I handle them. Yeah, it depends on which hand. Um, some rocks don't, if I go to pick them up, I'll know before I even get there that, I should or should not like hold this stone. Like I don't want to leave my energy in it, you know, sort of like, getting your picture taken and, that a bit of your soul will be missing. Okay. And I can understand where that is, could kind of sort of be true. But for every one of us, we have to decide what the shaman is in each of us. And on a channel earlier with Robert and Linda, uh, I wanted to add when we were talking about the shaman and that is that um, it's up to the shaman's choice. You know, um, if you believe that deer has cleared the road of the demon so that we can just go on up the mountain to seek, you know, creator. Um, then if we don't believe fawn and we don't believe and we do believe that the demon's still there, then we got an issue because we don't believe. So whether, I'm thinking of, the Dante and the last little video with Anthony Hopkins again repeating, believe, 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 believe. In the shaman realm, in the understanding your relationship, quote, to God, Fawn believed, period. There was no doubt. She was going up the mountain to talk to Great Spirit, period. So there was no doubt, you know. But when people doubt whether or not, is it that simple? Yes, it is really, honestly, when you break down through all the barriers, through all the religions and churches and dogmas and books and stories and this, all you have to do is believe, because the creator's there, whether you believe it or not. It's always there. It's your acceptance of the connection. It's your practicing to be connected to your angel self, to the creator. But if your the journey is fraught with demons and entities, and everybody's trying to kill me, and oh, if I don't live this way, you're never going to get there, and you have to, oh my God, when all you have to do is like, creator, yes or no? Yes. Do you believe in creator? Yes. Uh, do you believe that energy and source and all this is comes through the creator? Yes. Okay. Then what's your problem? Well, but no. Hang on. You don't have to make up any stories. Do you believe the creator is? You know. Do you believe that deer cleared the way, and then it's only fear that keeps you from being with the creator and understanding? Um, and then the other card tonight I pulled was the owl, and it's deception. And I think it's so perfect, those two, because, you're being deceived that there's more to it than that. You're being deceived that you have to have a religion in order to get to God. You're being deceived that you have to follow all these rules and say all these mantras and chant all these things in order to have any relationship with the creator, or to be on the journey on spirit mountain, to be attacked by demons. To Now, I will say that you can be attacked, not necessarily that you will, but your fear and sometimes overconfidence, like on my part, the spirits had to kick my butt to remind me where my place was. But I stopped fearing them, because they could have killed me, and they just taught me a lesson, like whoop my ass in an alley kind of thing. And I was like, okay, so it's respect and honor. So there may be demons along the way, but if you give them respect and honor, like Fawn, and she just walked on by and like, yeah, it's okay, So okay, but Fawn didn't have any fear. So if you remove fear and believe, yes, are you on the road to nirvana, or are you on the sacred road up sacred mountain to go sit and have a chat with the creator? Okie doke. Do you believe it? Yes. Um, do you believe is gonna be fraught with trials and tribulations? Well, it could be. If you believe that, well, then your trail will be fraught with trials and tribulations. And well, some of this is just called life, Dave. Oh, really? Yeah, some of this is just life. You're going to be tried in tribulations. It's just life. But if you understand that Creator's right next to you while you're going through this weird strife, and He's been there all along, the source is always there. The universal mind is always there. We are always a part of it because we're breathing and thinking. Do you believe this? Yes or no? Yeah. Then what why are you worrying about all this other stuff? Why is all this, bothering you? Well, you have to have this. No. Well, it's got to be like, nope. When it's going to be like, nope. Because it's so simple. It can't be just like, you mean all you got to do is believe? Yep. And believe? Yep. And believe? Yep. and really truly then believe. Yep, that's the secret. What? It's too simple. It can't be that easy. Well, as you live, there are lessons and things and stuff, but if you still believe what I've been talking about for how many years now about your core value, if you believe it, it's not that nothing else matters, because you'll still learn things and gain knowledge and understand how the world and the universe works better. And but if you're fearful of it before you ever get there, then the lessons, the knowledge is filtered through fear. And but when you don't have fear, like rabbit is nothing but, um, then your true heart shines through, and the universe can see it. Creator accepts all. But when you're just, when you believe, and it's like, hey, dude, how you doing? And but that's an honorable, hey, how you doing, Creator? It's me, Crazy Dave, and Hawkeye Two Feathers. You know, both in the same camp at the same time, sharing the same tent. But this one's got a pee. Uh, you know, they got a sense of humor because he knows how nuts I am. He kind of helped me get there, because it's part of my magic in that to be not necessarily irreverent, um, and sometimes body gaudy and nuts, but your birthday's on the 27th, Steve. Yeah, so but a lot of different kinds of fear and stuff will creep in from the sides if you let it. So, I've always talked to be about be the observer, and be the compassionate observer. When you need to step in, then you step in. Uh, Sometimes there are our instincts make us want to step in and help out so badly, but actually we need to just be there and allow people to know that, hey, I'm keeping an eye out. You know, if like your house catches on fire, um, you know, here's an exterminator. I mean, an ex, a fire extinguisher, an exterminator. Yeah, well, it would exterminate the fire if used correctly. But anyway, so but to the universe of things. So if we start out with, boy, this is a bummer. This is going to be hard to do. It's going to be hard to do. We set ourselves up as human beings and as a society. So, transgender stuff. So it wasn't talked about when I was growing up, even though it was still going on and there were gay people. And, but I had my, like, you know, am I a boy or a girl? I don't really like guys, but, you know, and them girls make me tingle. But how come guys always want to squish my butt and take me places and want to do oral things to me? Like, what? Before I knew what it was even about, kind of thing. And I got myself into trouble, but it still confused matters as a 13-year-old back in the 60s. And you must put that into context because things like that just weren't discussed. Now it's all over the news. You can get an Amber Alert. I mean, just things have changed. That and some of it for the best, I think. Um, did we miss 420? Seriously? No, it's 4:15. Okay. So with what's going on in the universe, if we can, there's so much stuff between me and God, or me and the source, and me and the universe, then there's going to be a lot of stuff between you and there, because that's how you see it. And so, in learning to be simple with this, if you simply believe it exists, you already got that. Um, and it's always there, it's always present, and you can access it at any time. These things are all the basic, right? But if you have a fear that somehow you're not going to be able to hear it or see it or touch it or smell it, well, then you ain't learned the lesson. Because and that's where have been discussing, for example, that I believe pretty much. But there are some things I had not experienced, seen, or whatever, and I was like, well, Dave, you're going to have to take that on you. Guess what? Faith. Um, there's some strange pattern lights coming through the windows. Just saying, that's strange. But we got a 420 here, an actual one, and I'm loaded for bear. But if you consider that it's so far away that you can't touch it, when all you got to do is close your eyes and just let yourself go for a minute, that you're always connected. You're already connected, and your angel self, that is your connection to the source. Believe it. Believe that it's true. Believe it. Believe it. Believe it. And it's such a short space to get there, you know, because you've knocked all the stuff, any belief system or whatever, pagan or whatever. Well, you got to do it this way. Now, I'm on the native shaman kind of thing with drums and stuff. But as far as me, do I need to light sage every time I just have thoughts to the universe? The answer is no. You know, do I have to drum every time I have a little conversation with my angel buddy and my spirit guide? Answer is no. And do I have to take psilocybin or peyote or anything in order to go on these journeys and learn things? The answer is no. Why? Because those can enhance or do or whatever. But the bottom line at the end of the day is whether or not you believe, period. So if you believe, if you shut your eyes, and here's the thing, what if there's nothing for the spirit guides to show you on a particular day? What if there are no new, you didn't get any new emails? Maybe a piece of spam or two that showed up in your trash bin, right? But today being Wednesday, my email was a reminder to do storytelling tonight, but also that the subject for discussion was, um, I must be dumber than I think, or they think, or whatever I put up there. So, and it's a take on myself in that, you know, these folks think I don't know what's going on, and they think that this, and they're going to do it, and they're going to present it in a slightly different, but and I must be dumber than I look, because they feel they got me cornered. They, whoever they are. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Peach moonshine. Ooh, that would be interesting. Cheers and blessings right back at you. Oh, but so anyway, um, in watching folks, that I have, been watching for a couple of years now, and some of these folks I've had conversation with or whatever, and folks listen to what they need to. They hear it when they need to hear it, and they'll accept it whenever that's convenient for them. And some folks have listened, but they ain't really, and it just like caught their attention for a minute and just passed right on through. So it's like they're still looking for God. But hang on, I thought a year ago you'd already found God because you said you believed and believed and you believed. Well, that covers it. So why are you still searching for God? I'm just asking because I honestly thought you understood that you didn't have to search. It's already there. You're, well, yeah, but you still don't believe. That's it. You don't believe it could be that simple to just believe, right? Um, and well, but with the belief, you follow the universal law to do no harm to anything, right? And, I was digging holes and transplanting fruit trees today. So had to dig into the soil, had to cut through a root to, transplant. So there's a little bit of pain involved in some of this stuff as far as, that is concerned. But did I do harm? Well, I was transplanting a tree. When this is how you do it. You have to dig up the dirt to get the other one in. But, um, but was that harm? So we can carry that out to the nth degree about harming. But to the point, though, my intent was to transplant other trees so they could grow up bigger and be, So I think my apology was already accepted when I started digging a hole to put the trees in. So, but anyway, but if you do your best to do the law of one without a lot of fancy schmancy stuff, you just observe it, period. You just do it, right? It's simple, you know, and it includes honoring people, and giving away free smiles and, and not being a crude, rude some bitch, You act like a human being. Well, there's a lot of discussion as to what is a human being and how should they act. Well, let's put it this way then. You should act honorably and respectfully to other folks, regardless of their age, their rank, their sex, if they have any, or I'm sorry, or if they have any. That's a Freudian slip, but if they have any. Oh, it's 4:24. I missed it by 4. Okay, picking up the steam. So a lot of folks think you have to have religion in order to get close to God. Nah. But because they don't believe, because of what society has taught them, that it's that easy, you know? So Jesus is talking to, one of the other dudes on one of the other crosses, right? They're having a little conversation while they're being crucified. And he goes, and one is like, oh, I repent. And Jesus says, all you got to do is believe and you can sit with me at the right hand of my father, kind of thing, right? And the other one was like, nah, I'm good. And he supposedly, well, he dies, but supposedly, who knows where he went to because he didn't accept Jesus and all that while they're dying on the cross. And so, but to the point though, what was the difference? Now, if the story's true, then the guy that said, I believe, is the one. So Jesus made it simple. All you got to do is repent, even at this stage of the game. I'm sorry, Lord, for what I've done. I'm sorry to the universe. I could have done better. And sorry I'm being crucified right now, but I'm really am sorry. Okay, you're done. Really? Yeah, because you mean it, don't you? Yes, sir, Lord, if I could do it over again, let me down off this cross and I'll be a better man. And the Romans are standing up, looking up, fat chance, buddy. We're going to break your legs in a few minutes and then it's really going to hurt. You think you got shit bad now. Ha ha ha. And they're playing dice, and all that shit. Watching them, they're doing little hunky dances, little Roman dances. I don't know what the kind of, dancing with their spear and shit, waiting on these guys to croak. And hell, at sundown shit, break their legs, and they'll suffocate, and that'll be that. So, let's be nice to them, break their legs. Stab this guy they call the Jesus guy, Jesus, if he was in Mexico. Um, so, but the belief part, right? So, in that scenario, the simplicity of believing should be the message, because I think that's what he was trying to get across. You know, I am up here. My father sent me. I'm dying for you, and I'm dying myself. Why hast thou forsaken me? Like, why did you make me go through this shit? I don't, as a shaman in training, there are things that come along because I've accepted to learn for what, creator and what the universe throws at me, to learn, to adapt in situations, mentally, spiritually, physically, the whole 9 yards. And some days and some nights it's hard to put up with, but the thing is that you keep going. Steve, if you're out of here, well, I don't blame you. It's 4:30 your time. Um, and I won't finish this bowl, but to the point of, though, through all of my searchings and Buddha readings, and I'm still reading stuff. Don't get me wrong. I still find inspiration in readings and passages, sometimes in the Bible. Um, so there are messages and things everywhere for us, but do we need just one? Does it have to be just like the Catholics believe that, the Catholics in the Apostles' Creed, I believe in the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and life everlasting. Amen. The Nicene Creed. Well, but it's that you believe in the Holy Catholic Church, okay? That you got to believe in the Catholic Church. Otherwise, you ain't going, is what the prayer means. And I never said it. As a Catholic, when I got old enough to be sentient, and to have my own mind, I would not say that portion. And all through grade school and as an altar boy and stuff, I'd skip that part, the Holy Catholic Church part. The communion of saints, okay. The forgiveness of sins, good with that one, and life everlasting, amen. Wasn't quite sure how we was going to do this. I was a young, not even a teeny bopper at the time, or just becoming a teeny bopper, 12, 13 years old, as an altar boy and all so forth. So learning about that, um, there were steps in the Catholic Church. There's, of course, your baptism when you don't know, and they don't give you don't give them your permission. By the way, they do it anyway. And a lot of folks, they circumcise and cut the end of your wee wee off, right? Oh, ain't that cute? Welcome to the world, biatch. Um, And, then there's First Communion, and then there's, Second Communion, then there's learning how to go confess your sins as an 8-year-old boy. All right, boy, what'd you do wrong this last week? I don't know. I didn't feed the dog right. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to hell. Holy crap. What is it, 8 or a 9 or 10-year-old have to confess? You know, forgive me, Father, for I am sinned. I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, and I just carved up Grandma and put her in the freezer. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And there could be that. Um, but most of the time, that ain't how it's going to go. So you're confessing sins because you're expected to have some. You should have done something wrong this last week, so you got to confess it. So they're forcing you to make up shit so that, well, if I do this wrong, then I'll have something to go confess to the priest because they're going to make me do it anyway. And you go in there and say, I don't have anything to confess. Then the priest says, so did you have an argument with your brother or your sister? Well, and some of the priests knew who you were by the sound of your voice, right? Especially as a young altar boy and everything. So the priest kind of knew who I was, whether he could see me or not. He could hear me. And so I'm like, holy Jesus, I just got, and I got to come up with something better next week. I got to invent sins that a 10-year-old boy could get away with the priest that knows holy shit. So literally holy shit. In that you got to make up stuff to make your pastor or preacher or whatever believe you that, oh, you must have sinned, it's been a week. Did you have any impure thoughts? They get you with that one every time. I'm a 10-year-old kid. I saw a booby, and I got, there was a part of my body, I don't even know what to call it yet, but it's moving around and wiggling. Um, it's my worm, it's my thing. I don't know, maybe I'm a girl. No, that's my sister, and she ain't got what I got. You know, what is that you got? Because we bathed as children in the same tub, which was a little odd. So our lessons in life, as we might choose them, for me, I think that I'm rabbit sometime in that for me to understand to be a true shaman, from my point of view, of just learning to be like fawn, like to be like deer. Yeah, and let me report you just a second. Uh, Let me go here and report uh, and do that. That should have knocked them off. Yeah, I was removing them and reporting them because they ain't making them disappear. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm normally they take them. I'm having to report each line. Uh, report pornography. Report we received. Uh, and there goes another one. Hmm. Interesting. They didn't take them all out. Now they all gone. Okay, doke. But anyway, so I just want to remind people after all this time, and y'all such good friends. Now it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes that I've been here with y'all. So I'm gonna take another hit. It's 4:37 in the AM time, and I do have stuff to do tomorrow, or today, I guess. And it's been fun hanging out with y'all. And I really do pray for y'all every day. I do. When we walked down to the river today and I got hot, all of a sudden I was like, I got to go to the house. Um, and thank goodness I made it back to the house before I got any hotter. It was a scary feeling. I was like, I need to, put water down there or something. But anyway, um, I got stuff to do tomorrow to try to keep up with because while this weather, the humidity's been down, even though the sun's been up good, I'm able to get more done. So, I'm looking forward to it. But it's 4:21, so here's my last one for tonight with everybody. But understand this: that God's already in us, Creator. We're part of the source energy. We are children of the stars and of the universe, and just accept it. It doesn't need to be a lot of other stuff in between. My granny Raleigh, she always knew her connection to the universe. And, when she went to church twice a year, she didn't necessarily read the Bible, but she understood about God. And she was one of the most peaceful beings I've ever seen to ascend. And if I had my choices of ways to go, I want to be able to die a good medicine death. Now, I don't know if Granny remembered if she's reincarnated yet or not, but or whether or not she'll remember who she was this last life. But I remember her, and and what she has done for me and other folks that I know of that still remember her and give her credit and credence and all that. And it's with love and not with malice and hate and disdain. Like my quote grandmother Catherine Null, who was a sleazy, slimy, no good until she died, and none of us liked her. We still don't want to call her grandma. Um, we don't like her. She's the wicked witch because of what she did to her own children and to her own grandchildren. So, she gets no points from us. Um, but she lived and died. She went to church every day and was, in my humble opinion, as far away from God. But I think she was going because of the sins she was already committing and the sins she probably knew she was going to commit. She had to go to church every day and confess and do all this Catholic stuff um, to try to, pay her way into heaven, kind of thing. So anyway, Susie and Steve and Barry and Michelle, if you're still there, and anybody else in the background, I just want to truthfully say I do love you all, and please be safe and keep up the good work. Because each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And as me and Duggar go running around the property like little children's, you just should have seen him today. He actually got in the water. But um, we continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many wonderful blessings that just come out of the universe. And in that law of three, which should be important to thee, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that you continue to um, reject the chaos that comes into our lives, and that we stay out of that horrible spiral that these crazy lunatics, because they think we're dumber than we look and that they can get by with it. We're not as dumb as we look. Which this is, I'm just hiding behind this mask. I'm playing dumb on person on purpose, but in the background, I'm getting ready, I'm preparing, I'm being, proactive, versus a scared rabbit calling for eagle or hawk to come eat it, or panther. So be like, be like deer. Gentleness can, not always, but can, you know, get us through some hard times. Getting pissed off and angry, and that never really works. Then you just show your ass to people, and that you can be a crass SOB. But when you Shinga Kadita, kill them with kindness, is what I was taught by this shaman lady. And she was a witch too, by the way. But buddy howdy, she could scry the river, and it was creepy what she did, but accurate. Oh my God. But so with that said, y'all sleep well, and we will see you soon. Um, Hoping that life will, you know, keep it between the ditches, as we say down here in Georgia. Because if you keep it between the ditches, then you're still on the road. And that's what's most important. You might weave a little bit, but if you're still between them ditches, then you got it going on. So y'all sleep well, snug as a bug in the rug kind of thing. And, you know, me and Doug will be thinking about you. But if you could have seen him running down in the river today, because it's not flowing very much, it's really low. He was down, splashing around. It was really cool. But anyway, until next time, my friends, I love you. Sleep tight. Thank you, Barry, always. Thank you, Michelle, if you're still there. And be safe. We'll talk soon. Bye. Ye. Cheers. 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 TTFN.